Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 City Council meeting of May 5th, 2021. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
I am here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Here.
Councilmember Gray.
Here.
Councilmember Parlier.
Thank you. On March 4th, Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency in California due to the threat of COVID-19. The governor also passed several executive orders, including the suspension of some components of the Brown Act related to public meetings such as this. Therefore, seating in the council chamber is limited. And as such, Councilmember Parlier is participating by phone. Council votes tonight will be conducted by roll call. I'm sorry, Councilmember Parlier is not able to participate tonight. So at this time, Councilmember Smith will offer the invocation, and then following the invocation, we have the honor of having Alexander Fan, who's a junior at Centennial High School, who will lead us in the pledge. This year, California awarded for the very first time the state seal of civic engagement, and that state award went here in Bakersfield, California, to Alex Fan. We're so proud of you. The recognition is given by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction for California juniors and seniors who have demonstrated excellence in civic learning, participated in civic-related projects, and contributed to the community and understanding of the American democratic system. Alex is an aspiring human rights lawyer. He's volunteered in substance abuse prevention enrichment programs for middle school students. And Alex, we are just so proud. You're the first one in California, and we're just very, very proud. Alex is here with his parents, so now would you all please stand for the invocation.
Father God, we thank you for this day. We pray for your hand to guide us. We pray for our nation and for our city. We thank you for this opportunity to serve. We ask for your guidance and your understanding. We pray that you give us ears to hear, that we may listen to all that have advice for us and make our decisions based on your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I will now present the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated, and Alex, if you'd stay up there. Alex, first in the state of California. We are so proud of you. Bakersfield just salutes you. It's my honor to be able to present you the Mayor's Medal. Give it up for Alex. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones, Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos for safety reasons, and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is only allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Please avoid any behavior that disrupts the meeting. Madam Clerk, please read the first item.
Under presentations, item 4A, we have a proclamation to Jeremy Tobias, CEO, and James Berger, Outreach and Advocacy Coordinator of CAP-K, declaring May 2021 as Community Action Month in Bakersfield.
Council members, May 2021 has been designated as National Community Action Month, celebrating the nation's 1,000 plus community action agencies. CAP-K, our local CAP-K, works to connect people to life-changing services and pathways for prosperity across our nation. Employing more than 900 people and operating 15 program, CAP-K works to empower individuals and families to seize a brighter future. Thank you so much, Jeremy Tobias, for being here, the CEO of CAP-K. And it's my honor now to read the following proclamation. Whereas Community Action Partnership of Kern is an official anti-poverty agency building and promoting economic stability to enable and enhance stronger communities and stable homes. And whereas CAP-K distributed more than 33 million pounds of food in 2020 and provided early childhood education to over 2,300 children in the 2019-20 school year. And whereas CAP-K helped over 7,000 households pay their utility bills in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and whereas CAP-K handled over 185,000 calls for those in need of help through its 211 Resource and Referral Center. Now, therefore, I, Karen Go, Mayor of the City of Bakersfield, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as National Community Action Month in our city and thank CAP-K for its hard work and dedicated service to our Bakersfield residents. Your partnership with local and state government and nonprofit agencies, supporters, and the public have helped to address our community's need for assistance during the pandemic. Jeremy, we are just so grateful for all that you've done. It's my honor to present this proclamation to you, Jeremy. And some words.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Jeremy Tobias, CEO of Community Action Partnership of Kern. And on behalf of our board, staff, and participants, we want to thank you for declaring May as Community Action Month. CAP-K is Bakersfield and Kern County's official anti-poverty agency, and we do this with more than 900 dedicated employees. We are part of a national network of 1,000 community action agencies nationwide. Our network serves nearly every county in the United States. CAP-K's mission is to provide and advocate for resources that will empower members of the communities we serve to be self-sufficient. We do that by providing direct grassroots assistance through 15 different poverty-fighting programs, including many of them you've probably heard about, our Head Start, Early Head Start, and state preschool programs, our CAP-K food bank, our energy utility assistance and in-home weatherization services, our WIC program, CalFresh Healthy Living education programs, 4 different youth and family resource centers throughout the county, 211 and call and referral center, coordinated entry system and homeless services, migrant farm worker child care assistance, and our volunteer income tax assistance. CAP-K has also been part of a significant community-wide response during the COVID-19 pandemic, including handling a 50% increase in calls through our 211 system, increasing food distribution to families and individuals by up to almost 50% during the pandemic. We now are reaching 33 million pounds of food distributed this past year. We appreciate our many partnerships with the city and the community. Thank you, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Give it up for CAP-K. Very much appreciate you. And now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Presentations, item 4B, a presentation by Mayor Go of a retirement plaque and gift certificate to Charmaine Gonzalez, Clerk Typist 2, Police Department, for 39 years of service.
Charmaine, come on up. Charmaine Gonzalez has served the city of Bakersfield as clerk typist for over 39 years in the police department. That's amazing. She has received nine high fives from her coworkers. That's really the highest compliment from your coworkers, who described her as a good judge of character, accurate and thorough, with a helpful attitude. Her positive attitude has contributed to calm composure during very stressful situations. And we're just so glad for Charmaine's dedicated service, her decades of this service to our city of Bakersfield. 39 years, Charmaine, we are just so thrilled to have you here, but congratulations on your retirement. Chief Terry, come on up, and we will have something for you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say really quick, Charmaine's leaving us after 39 years, and I went back and looked at her personnel file today, and from the very beginning, what you saw and what we've experienced over the last several decades is a heart of service. She immediately came into the police department, started volunteering in toy drives and Special Olympics and a variety of other things like that, and it continued over her career. In 2019, she was the Civilian Employee of the Year for her individual work, and one of the comments that stuck out to me today was one of a supervisor wrote that she treated every individual who walked in the police department lobby as an individual with an individual need. And that's the heart of the police department, and that's the type of service that we want to deliver, recognizing that we are serving this entire community, but the needs vary from person to person and issue to issue. And so she has served with kindness and a smile, and those are the two things that if you talk to employees of the police department, that's what they would say. Her kindness, her heart for service, and her constant smile. So we're going to miss you, but we wish you well, and thank you for your service.
Chief, would you like to present these?
Presented to Charmaine Gonzalez by the Bakersfield City Council in recognition of 39.75 years of service to the city of Bakersfield.
You hold it. It was. Congratulations, Charmaine. Thank you so much. You've probably noticed that the council chambers look a bit different tonight. We've had a technology upgrade after many, many years of equipment that just can't be replaced. And so tonight is our first night with this new equipment. As you always know, no matter how many times we practice, there might be a few failures, and we're just going to have the grace to forgive one another if that should happen tonight. This meeting has limited public access, therefore public comments were encouraged to be made to the city clerk through email or by phone call. If you're here in person to make a public statement, please fill out a speaker card and give it to the city clerk. All statements are given a 3-minute time limit, 15 minutes per topic. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, please give those to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to speak on workshop items 6A or 6B, or public hearing items 10A through C, we ask that you speak after staff's presentation on those matters. In addition to hearing staff's recommendation, public hearing item 10B will be continued to the June 2nd meeting. While the public may give comments, we ask that comments be reserved to the rescheduled meeting date of June 2nd, 2021. We're very interested and concerned with your issues. However, due to the public notice requirement of the Brown Act, council can't take action when an item isn't on the agenda. The council can, however, refer your matter to committee or request that staff contact you. Please avoid any behavior that disrupts the meeting, such as repetitive statements, going off topic, shouting, surpassing the 3-minute time limit. And please avoid any behavior that disrupts the meeting. 2, Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers today? I think we certainly do.
19 public statement cards have been received, 6 regarding e-bikes, 4 regarding the train depot, and 9 regarding separate subjects.
Thank you. And what you're going to see on the clock once it's up there, on the top left, that is the total time for that topic. So you'll see 15 minutes set. That's what we allow for that one topic. And on the lower right, you'll see your individual timer. So when you come up, just be conscious of those. So Madam Clerk, now would you please call the first public speaker? Start. Thank you. Yes, we are trying to work on the technology issue. We're really sorry. It's our first time through, and we're going to do our very best to try to accommodate. There are a few more seats up here, so you can invite people to fill those. Madam Clerk, please call the first public speaker.
The first 6 public speakers are regarding e-bikes. I'm going to call 3 public speakers at a time. Please line up next to the podium. Richard O'Neill, Marian Vargas, Pam Alvarado,
We have the door closed, please, in the back.
Did you call me first?
Richard O'Neill.
Yes.
Good seeing you.
Hi, council and staff. My name is Rich O'Neill. I am Vice President of Kern River Parkway Foundation. And us and thousands of volunteers over the years.
Mr. O'Neill, I'm going to ask you just to stop for a minute.
Yeah.
Can we just get some quiet in the back, please? And I'm going to ask those in the back to please go outside. It's too noisy in here. Officer? Okay, go ahead, Mr. O'Neill.
Can I go
Mr.
now?
O'Neill, yes,
Okay.
please.
My name is Rich O'Neill, Vice President of Kern River Parkway Foundation. And I'm here to show you some of the plants that we've restored into the Kern River Parkway area. And also there's thousands that grow naturally out there. It's part of our restoration projects that's been going on since 1974. And see how small they are, but if they're left alone, if they're not smashed by vehicles, ORVs, so forth, they won't grow tall, okay? Like the big ones out there are so beautiful. We're asking that the municipal code be worded so that all e-bikes to stay on the pavement, no off-roading with e-bikes. Doesn't take much to smash this little tree, does it? With a big fat wheel of an e-bike. If you want to learn more, I need more time. Would someone refer me to get on the agenda so I can speak more time? I'd like to be on an agenda at another meeting.
You can follow up with staff after this, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
All right,
Which
thank you.
part of the staff?
Mr. Clegg will
Oh,
follow
Mr.
up with you.
Okay.
He'll designate somebody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Keep them on the pavement, not wandering around through the vegetation or trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Next speaker, please. And go ahead and pull the mic down. And please say your name and go ahead.
My name is Marian Vargas. Over the last 50 years, I have boarded horses and ridden trails along the Kern River. One could say that I do this in my pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. I enjoy being in nature, observing vegetation, and being thrilled by sightings of wildlife. Riding solo or in the company of others, you can tell if you're the first to break trail in the morning when you ride through a spider web that has been spun from tree to tree across the trail. Local horse trails were established long ago. They are part of the rich history of our community. With the development of the specific trails plan, part of the general plan, the right of trails was confirmed and delineated. Horse trails, primarily on dirt, are mostly separated from paved bike trails, and motorized traffic is not allowed. Safety was a consideration. Horses are large and powerful, but they are prey animals and naturally will react with great force to escape perceived danger, especially a sudden and unfamiliar one, such as an unexpected e-bike rapidly traveling along the horse trail. Motorized bikes can cause horses to spook, rear, buck, or bolt, throwing the rider to the ground, causing serious injuries. Just mixing speeds of travel on trails can be hazardous. Horses travel down the trail at about 5 miles per hour, while the speed of e-bikes is much faster. In fact, the purpose of e-bike technology is to make it easier for the bike rider to go fast. For the safety of humans and horses alike, e-bikes should not be allowed on the same trails that horses use. Many of our horse trails meander through the Panorama Vista Preserve, where great strides have been made by community volunteers working together to restore native plant and animal life. Motorized traffic on trails leads to degradation of vegetation. E-bikes should not be allowed. I board my horse along the Kern River near riding trails. In our stable alone, there are over 240 horses, with many more at nearby stables. Equestrians from other parts of town trailer in to use trails.
You have about 23 seconds left.
With urban development, access to riding trails has greatly diminished. Please do not threaten the safety of our remaining riding trails by allowing motorized bikes legal access to this area. The City of Bakersfield has many other options for e-bike routes that are more appropriate. We all deserve the right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness in the best way we know how, but in doing so, we should not jeopardize the well-being of fellow citizens and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Next speaker is Ms. Alvarado. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Pam Alvarado. I also board out along the river. And I just found out about all of this the other day. I am really hoping that we don't have council people that are really thinking it would be a good idea to put e-bikes out there on our horse trails. It is extremely dangerous. They're not just a bicycle. They've got a motor. They can go fast. I mean, really fast. If they come up upon a group of riders around a curve, or even if you see them coming straight on towards you, horses are most likely going to spook because it moves fast. It's not something they recognize. If one horse in that group spooks, they're all going to spook. They'll rear up. They'll spin. They'll buck. I've had personal experience with that, so I know that this is what happens. Once the rider's off the horse is free to go wherever he wants to go, which could be, if you're closer to Ethel's, he might run out on the road and get hit. They've been hit out there before. It's just not a really good idea to put something motorized out there on the trails with horses and riders. We have children that ride horses, and to have an e-bike come up and have a child's horse, 1,200-pound animal, go out of control it's just a disaster. That's what's going to happen when these e-bikes get out there and start roaring around on the trails. Everyone is going to be in danger that's riding a horse out there. It's okay for people to go out there and walk, you know. We have a lot of people that walk dogs out there, which can be a problem when they're off leash because we have had horses attacked out there by that. But e-bikes are something completely different. That's going to put fear in every horse rider that wants to go out and ride. You might think it's safe when you go out, and then here comes out of nowhere, behind you or coming straight at you. When the horse sees this out of one eye, that horse is going to react. Their brain only accepts what it sees out of each eye individually, not together. So this is just going to be a big disaster. There's going to be people with broken bones. There's going to be concussions. A horse can jump, you know, being spooked, jump right in front of the e-bike. The rider of the e-bike can be hurt. I mean, this is not going to work. It's just not going to work. I really, really hope that you guys would really sit and think hard and long about our safety and the e-bike rider's safety. There's bike paths and paved bike paths for the bike riders to use. Horses aren't allowed on them. So we would like to have the same respect and not have e-bikes on our horse trails. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Madam Clerk, next speakers, please.
Next 3 speakers are Fred Chinaworth, Donna Schilling, Judy Burns. I'll call one more, Mayor. It's the final speaker on this subject, Robert Anderson.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Fred Chinaworth, and I'm representing the Kern chapter of the California Native Plant Society. And
would you raise the mic, please, a little, so we can hear you? Go ahead. Thank you.
And I think limiting e-bikes to the bike path and limiting the speed are just common sense solutions. There is a little left of our diversity in the valley, and there are a few places around Kern County that are gems. The Panorama Vista Preserve and Sand Ridge National Monument are 2 of them. And there's been destruction in those places caused by off-road vehicles and vandalism. And the native plants are suffering, and the invasive plants are taking over. Our experience is that the more access is given to motorized vehicles, the more damage is the result. And studies have suggested a decline in the native annuals and increase in non-native plants are caused by the off-road activity. So it'd be tragic to allow e-bikes full access to destroy these places. In San Diego, e-bikes, I think, are limited to Class 1 and Class 2, and they're banned from 17 parks. So another problem would be the fire hazard with the lithium batteries. So we would recommend that charging stations would be banned from high fire areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chenoweth. We have about 5 minutes and 16 seconds left on this topic, so if you could keep that in mind. I know there are several speakers who wish to still speak. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Schilling. I'm the president of Kern Equestrians for the Preservation of Trails, and I'm also a board member for the Panorama Vista Preserve. The KEPT organization was began in the 1990s, in part to protect the parkway trails. I'm here tonight to express my extreme concern regarding your consideration to allow motorized vehicles on the unpaved equestrian trails, thank you, in the Kern River Parkway. Before you vote on this plan, I strongly urge you all to educate yourselves in the makeup of horses. High-flight prey animals capable of seriously injuring their riders and others in their path in the event they are frightened. I do not believe at this time you are knowledgeable about how dangerous your plan is to not only the horses, but also their riders and the riders of the motorized bikes. Injury and death as a result of horse accidents caused by motorized vehicles on the equestrian trails will open the city up to lawsuits. To consider allowing motorized transportation in the parkway is contrary to the Kern River EIR and the Kern River Plan. I'm extremely disappointed in information I have been told that some members here tonight are in a position to get financial gain, personal financial gain, if this goes through. I find it very concerning that anyone who has an opportunity to benefit personally by passing such ordinances or laws recluse himself from the voting process. In addition, I'm concerned the board has suppressed information about this topic and desire to try to pass it quickly without proper exposure, input, and education. I urge you all to please get educated about horses. There's lots of us out here that would be more than happy to help you understand the flight nature of a scared horse. Lastly, it's my understanding that you've not prepared a CEQA study for all of us to read and consider. I think this is a very important document and a very sensitive plan that you're considering, and we all deserve the best up-to-date information possible. You could very well destroy the habitat and animals and many protected plants out on the Kern River plan. I just plead with you to please get more information before this goes through, and please give us more opportunity to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schilling. We have 2 minutes and 43 seconds left on this topic. 2 speakers still wanting to speak, so I would just ask you to consider that. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Judy Burns. I'm one of the owners of Rancho Rio Equestrian Center. I ride 3 to 5 times a week on the horse trails, and part of the problem currently is there's people on the horse trails with quads, motorcycles, and e-bikes. So by this law opening up and putting e-bikes on the horse trails is just going to have more traffic that we really don't need out there. As the other people said, horses are very reactionary to strange things. When they perceive something that is different or dangerous, their main mode is flight, and they'll try to leave. If they can't leave, the next mode is fight. So someone might get, a hoof in the face if they get too close on an e-bike unexpectedly. What I would like to suggest is that you go up to Panorama Vista Preserve, the top of Panorama Bluffs at the park there, take a lawn chair on an evening, on a Saturday afternoon, and look down. You can see the use on the horse trail. You can see the people on the bike trail. You can see how many families are down there with small children, mamas with their kids in strollers. So just look at that and then try and make a good decision. And I'll let somebody else do some talking.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, please raise the mic, and you have 1 minute and 5 seconds left on this topic.
Robert Anderson, I'm the president of the Backcountry Horsemen of California Kern Sierra unit, which is primarily here in Bakersfield. We have grave concerns as we use that parkway quite a bit for training. We typically spend a lot of time out in the wilderness where we are safe from bicyclists and so forth. We deal with the hikers, not a problem. But motorized items, and this is a motorized, an e-bike is a motorized item. What does motor mean? One that imparts motion, specifically prime mover, any of various power units that develop energy. Sorry about that. Whether it be electric or such as in a small compact engine, internal combustion engine, especially gasoline engine, or a rotating machine that transforms electrical energy into mechanical energy. That is a motor. Okay. So I'm going to say, if it's not safe to put an e-bike on the bike path, why is it safe to put it in a bunch of animals? There are various places in Bakersfield within your district that says you have an area to put them in.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Coffee Road would be a good one. There's a big area out there.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speakers, please.
Mayor Go, the next 4 speakers will be speaking on a single subject. I will call their names. Please make your way to the podium. David Coffey, Stephen Montgomery, Amanda Maria Taylor, Carlos Meja. They're all speaking on the Bakersfield Southern Pacific Station, which is new business item 13B.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Coffey. Please
Great.
introduce
Thank you
yourself.
very much for allowing me to come and speak today. My name is David Coffey. I'm a board member of the Southern California chapter of Architectural Historians. I'm a business owner, and I'm also the founder of an architecture program in Bakersfield called Bakersfield Built. I moved to Bakersfield 19 years ago primarily for the architecture that's located here, which is a shock to most people, and especially to people in Southern California and other parts of the world that have now been here. But I host hundreds of visitors each year to come to see our great gems, and I just received a call this afternoon from a photographer and author of over 20 books who wants to come and take a look at Bakersfield. I had an opportunity to tour the train station a couple of weeks ago with Andre Gonzalez, a local developer, and a developer from Los Angeles. The developer from Los Angeles is very successful in completing economic development programs for architecturally significant buildings, such as this train station, and then turning them into viable facilities. He was very enthusiastic about this. He's very interested in moving forward and hearing what the council has to say. Likewise, this morning I had a conversation with the #1 commercial real estate company in the country, and the Los Angeles office has a new division that is looking for redevelopment projects, and this seemed to fall right in with what they're looking for. They could also bring financing with this. So I recently visited Tucson, which also has an old train station that was a Union Pacific facility that they purchased. The city, in that example, the city purchased it. They've held on to they retained ownership and they rent it. It's been a very successful development for economic development in the downtown area of Tucson. Those people are also very willing to help us access grants, et cetera, and share with us the process they went through to work with the Union Pacific. So I'll leave you with one. It seems like in tough times like these that we're living through, it might be extreme to save the station when things are really stretched. However, there are very few resources like this in Bakersfield, in Kern County, in Southern California, and be ashamed to lose it. I sent photographs to the people in Tucson, and the comment that came back from them was that it would be a crime to see this torn down. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And the next speaker, there are a couple of seats down here for those of you who entered first in the front row. Welcome,
Mayor
please
Goh,
introduce
members of the council, I'm Steve Montgomery with the Kern County Historical Society. Tonight I'd like to speak about a seminal building that's been part of Bakersfield's history since the late 19th century. In fact, it's been in continuous use by the railroad to the present day, serving most recently as the Union Pacific Railroad's Freight Operations Center. The Sumner Station, Sumner at Baker, built in 1889 by the Southern Pacific Railroad, now owned by the Union Pacific, is about to vanish from our community. With no plans for new development, they are proposing to make yet another vacant lot in an area that doesn't need any more vacant lots. To my knowledge, there is no single building in our community that has drawn as much attention and love as the Sumner Depot. People from all walks of life are contacting me saying we have to save the depot. Don't let them destroy the depot. I hear it on a regular basis. To allow this unique building to disappear, as have so many others in this community, would indeed be a travesty. From an urban planning standpoint, it would speak to the continued deterioration of our urban core while new development continues to expand on the outer edges of the city. We're not yet at another turning point. Having lost the Santa Fe Depot downtown, we have the Sumner Station, this survivor of an outstanding example of the Richardsonian Romanesque School of Architecture that shows through with grace and majesty even after a poorly considered notion to try and vainly to make it look more mission revival, a style that happened to be trendy in 1941. To my knowledge, no other examples of Richardsonian Romanesque exist in Kern County. Saving major historic buildings like this preserves the historic, architectural, and aesthetic character of a community and provides a sense of place and continuity. As urban sprawl and roadside development make more and more places look the same, it becomes important for communities to keep their identities intact. Even one or two striking historic buildings can help define a community with a window to its heritage. If whole neighborhoods or districts can be preserved, the effect can be much greater. The sense of history can contribute to community pride and to a better understanding of the community's present, and repurposing old existing buildings keeps the focus on infill development versus continued urban sprawl and contributions to landfills. We're a community with much history to be shared and celebrated. Our built environment reflects that history. All we need to do is recognize it, to save it, and to live it. What better place and part of our past than the train station? Let's not make the same mistakes we've made in the past. Let's not let this one slip away. Let's not let short-term fears overcome long-term values. Let's grab this work of serious architectural design while we still can. Time is short, and what should be the district's anchor could well be gone, just another empty lot among many with nothing to say and nothing to contribute.
Thank you,
A
Mr.
voice of the
Montgomery.
past to be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. And the next speaker, please. Madam Clerk.
Amanda Maria Taylor and Carlos Meija.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself and just pull down the mic so it's...
Good evening. I'm Jeannie Bertolacini, Principal Architect with Ortiz Melby Architects here in
I
Bakersfield.
think we have the wrong person. We're looking for Amanda Taylor.
Hi, my name is Amanda Taylor. Whew, I'm not a public speaker. I'm just here to
That's
speak.
okay.
Okay,
Just
I'm here
go
to
ahead.
speak from the heart. I actually bought a building right across the street from the station. I invested all my little pennies on that place because I believed in it. That building actually caught my eyes. That train station is amazing. I think tearing that down would tear up like all of Bakersfield history, to be honest with you. I get so many compliments and comments. That building is amazing. I mean, it would be, to me, seeing that building and seeing it practically every day and working in my venue for 5 years that I've been building at that place, it would be like missing half of an arm, half of a body to Bakersfield, and when it comes to history. So it will bring a lot of revenue to the city, clean up some of that area. It will bring, I mean, it will be very important to save that place. I don't have nothing else to say other than that.
Thank you,
It would
Ms.
be a
Taylor.
big mistake to tear it down, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next speaker, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council members. It's an honor to be here with you this evening. And it's an honor also as well to say that I am a new resident to your beautiful city of Bakersfield. I moved from Los Angeles, California, roughly about 2 months ago. And prior to that, to be honest with you, all I would have done is pass through, gone through Delano to visit family that was there, and head right back, or either go to the Sequoias. And I am so falling in love with your city. And I am falling in love with the people that are here. I am also in the business of beer. And I am the owner of a startup brewing company, La Bruja Brewing Company, where we believe in culture, community, and craft. Going through this city, and I went to many parts, I was trying to find the place and where I felt where it would resonate most with me. I've lived in quite a few areas, San Diego, California, even Tijuana for some time, right, doing research work, Los Angeles. And for me, the one thing is the downtown centers always show the essence of a city. And I am so proud of the fact that I look down in this city, many of the streets, and I see so much preserved history. I walked down and I saw Woolworth's building. And I had to immediately call my parents with the pride, like, oh my God, like my grandparents told me about this. This is amazing. The thing that I love is there's a combination that I feel that's happening here in Bakersfield. And it's being able to capture the essence of a city, its past, right, in the way that it actually preserves it and combines opportunities to move forward. For some reason, Old Kern really, really is speaking to me. I've been looking around different areas, and I love the downtown area. But when I saw this Sumner Station, to me, it evoked memories of when I was in college, and I would go down to Coronado, and I would see the Coronado Hotel. Such beautiful architecture, pristine, but time invested in needing to go ahead and preserve that, but giving back to the community. I also think of Anaheim Packing District, where they took a building that was made in the 1920s and redefined it now to meet the needs of the people. I see this station, I see these opportunities. I've seen so many of my colleagues in brewing, and they've been able to do things where it helps to set the ground floor. I say this because me personally, looking for a place to actually begin my business with my family, I think that I know that I would love to do that in Old Kern. And if there's an opportunity where the city is reinvesting in this beautiful building, then I would love to sign up to say, let's talk. What would it take for me to be in this place and be an anchor where I can bring culture, community, and craft to a place that's already an amazing culture? From the Arizona Cafe to the Pyrenees to Luigi's, even to El Piruli's, the bar that they were talking about. So, with my time being up, I just want to say, please invest in this gem as an investment in the people, an investment in the future of Bakersfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. Madam Clerk, next speakers, please.
The following 10 speakers will be offering general public comment on separate subjects. I will call 5 speakers at a time. Please make your way to the podium. The first speaker, Curtis Bingham, followed by Lamar Brandisky, Justin Stenner, Patrick Jackson. Please make your way to the podium.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Curtis James Bingham, Senior, servant of our Lord and Savior, God Almighty, Jesus Christ, who truly is the only begotten Son of our Holy Heavenly Father, God Almighty. Thank you for in God we trust, and to our First Lady, Mrs. Go, and the board. The Lord told us to bless our leaders, and it's good to stand up before honor. And someday the Lord's going to call you in. And if He call you in, and you leave in the position of honor that you have, that's a great way to leave the earth. Also, I'd just like to say, the Lord would have everybody to remember, fair and square. Be fair when you got something to say, and be true. George Floyd did not die in Bakersfield. See, he didn't die here. And the Lord would say, if you had a brother or sister, and the Lord was finna judge them, and your brother was bad and you wasn't, the Lord said, since your brother was bad, I'm sending him to hell, but I'm going to send you there with him, just because he was bad. See, that wouldn't be fair. So when you look at some of these officers and you're acting like they was involved in that, it's a terrible thing to do. See, it's a lot of them feeling bad right now because they got families, they got kids, they care, they got emotions, and they wanted to have great careers in law enforcement, and now all this mess is coming up that they had nothing to do with. See, it's hard for law enforcement to get the truth because they are the truth. See, and the things we doing here, the Lord is not happy with, because He says He's going to judge every man according to his own works. So we got to be fair with them. Another thing, Bakersfield is so blessed. You got a public that love their law enforcement. This is why Measure N passed. People got to go back to the beginning. I was there. And you guys was wise enough to put it on the board. See, and the main thing they was hollering about was what was going out there in the city. So when you put law enforcement on there, it got voted in. So the DOJ and those others that are concerned should take a look at that too. The public voted that Measure N in mainly because of law enforcement. Let it go on record that Curtis James Bingham Sr. said, if I had my way, I would give them half of the money every single year to build themselves in the department the way they really want it. Because these criminals got way more money than they got, and they talking about defund law enforcement. It wouldn't matter to me if the whole world said that. It's a wrong thing to do. The only way you can defund law enforcement, you got to get rid of all the criminals. See, you want to take their money, but the criminals are still here, and y'all been watching the news. It's getting worse and worse. But we going to take money away from law enforcement, and they already short, and the criminals love it when they don't have enough money to come after them. And this is how the criminals are staying in power. They got money, money, money. And then another thing, Lord would tell everybody, remember, tell your family, sons, daughters, and children, don't resist. Watch the crimes that come on TV. 99% of them because they resist law enforcement. Do like Romans 13 says. Do what they say. Don't resist, and you should be able to go home safely. And your children, your parents, your grandparents, you can't have a good future without
Thank you, Mr.
law enforcement.
Bingham.
So
Thank
let's
you
pray
very
God
much.
bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good
Please
evening,
introduce
Mayor
yourself.
Doe and Council. My name is Lamar Brandiski. I've lived a few blocks from Jastrow Park for 32 years. You may have noticed I was on the front page of the newspaper, The Californian, yesterday. My unique Bakersfield neighborhood has challenges: rampant homelessness, absentee landlords, and vandalism. The 94-year-old Jastrow stage, a gift from Henry Jastrow to the city of Bakersfield, is slowly being destroyed by neglect by its caregivers, you the city, and vandals. I have never seen it being so disrespected and vandalized in the way that it is now. Balusters are being broken out. The rail is broken out in several sections. They attacked the front of the stage the other day. If this type of destruction were happening to the city hall, there would be immediate action. This is one of Bakersfield's few historic structures, such as the Union Pacific Station, but it's being demolished as we watch. I put a petition forth last year saying something must be done to save this stage, and nothing has happened. Yes, you have the money set aside for, I hear from Councilman Gonzalez, to protect it next year's budget, but that is too late. Something must be done now. And it's easy something to do. You can light it up all night, every night. There are already lights on it. They could be lit up. You could put a fence around it to keep people from getting up there until you determine a way to protect it. There's no excuse for not taking action to protect our heritage. Thank you very much. Oh,
Thank you.
I would like to present a set of photographs, if I may, that could be copied by Councilman Gonzalez for all of you.
Thank you. Right here. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Budzinski, thank you so much for your words tonight and your advocacy for such a treasured piece of our community, and I'm totally with you. Mr. Clegg, I'm going to ask if you would reach out to Mr. Brandiski and have a conversation about our plans for the stage structure at Jastrow Park, and also explore some more immediate steps to secure the space. Thank you.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Justin Stenner.
Somebody left their notes up here. It's
Welcome.
Right here. Hi, everybody. My name's Josh Stenner. A couple of comments, particularly to address what the gentleman said before. No, this is not where George Floyd was killed. However, just so you all know, I think it's whatever his name is, Selman. That's the guy out there. That's the guy that killed Francisco Serna, a 73-year-old man who had dementia, for carrying a crucifix. One of your trainers, actually, Rick Wimbish, Greg, you might know who this is, has killed like 6 people and is training police officers. So no, we don't need to be, we have our own Derek Chauvins. We have all of these things to do. That is not what I came here to talk to you about. You'll hear more about us on defunding the police a little bit later. What I wanted to talk to you all about is you're going to hear in a little bit, the next public workshop is going to be from the BPD and the CSUB Collaborative. I wanted to bring up a couple of facts. Particularly, I don't know if you all remember this, but the last time that CSUB did a study on the Bakersfield Safe Streets Partnership, a 10-year partnership to reduce crime levels in the city, that study showed that BPD working at Building Community Trust actually made things worse. 10 years, millions of dollars of investments made things worse. Additionally, I want you all to think about this in the way that, like, you're going to hear about a bunch of reforms that can be brought up. Some of them might be great. Some of them may have worked 10, 15, 20 years ago when we were still having a conversation about necessary reforms. Think about how much money, 4 of you are real estate people, right? You guys have lots of money. You don't play around with your money. So let's not play around with the money in the city. And let's be clear that these reforms are going to cost millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to a department that is already bloated, has 41% of the budget at this current state, and also let's be clear that for the last 14 years since the recession started, or since the 2008 recession happened, most departments are barely bouncing back now that we have a budget surplus in these few years, while for the last 14 years, the Bakersfield Police Department has received increases over increases over increases. I got my eye on the time, Karen. Don't worry. So all that to say, I'm grateful for the work that CSUB is doing. I am a product of CSUB, and I've been born here. I'm here. I've been here. So consider the amount of money that you're wasting. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a little bit, but consider the amount of money that's going to be wasted on a problem that no amount of money is going to fix. How much money is going to be enough? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stenner. Next speaker, please. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Patrick Jackson, president of the NAACP here in Bakersfield. I think Mr. Curtis, he has spoke about the issue with George Floyd. And of course, as this last speaker just spoke of, we have our own issues here in our own city. And we're having many, many issues that deal with law enforcement. I think there's a misconception when it's brought to the table about the issues within law enforcement that we're against police. We're against bad police. And I think everyone should be against bad police officers, just like we should be against rapists and people that kill other individuals. And so it seemed like that there's a misconception in the conversation when we talk about Black Lives Matter, when we talk about getting rid of bad officers. We put them all in a cluster. If you're against bad officers, you're against all officers. And I think that's a huge barrier that we need to make sure that we cross. With the issues that we have in our community, with some of the reforms that may be presented on today, it hasn't really been the outcry from the community, the base of the people that are at the hand of these issues. A lot of time we come up with a lot of great things, but is it dealing with the issues of the people, of what they're wanting? We're dealing with gang enhancement charges that just about anyone can be deemed a gang member in our city. Is that being addressed? Was it brought up at these committees? Huge question to answer. Was it denied? And why? What are the criteria of being a gang member in our community? You live on a certain side of town. We have a DA office that are proudly putting up pictures, making a mockery of people that live in certain cities, certain parts of our city, which is a shame and should be called out by our city leadership. Not only from the DA's office, but from our leadership. These are the people that we're supposed to protect and serve, and we're failing them. These type of issues are issues that will bridge the gap with the community, especially when it comes to having a relationship with law enforcement. You can put together in many events, any type of reform, but until you put together something that's systemic, it's not going to change anything. The process in which our community can support bills, like Senator Bradford has on the Senate board, as Bill 2 that is coming up, that we need to support. If our law enforcement wants to make systemic change in our community, these are changes that need to happen immediately in support so that the police unions that are at the table can make a major difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next speaker, please.
Nadine Escalante, Eddie Lane, Rudy Patel, Evelyn Torres, Jonathan Yates, Marie Arnold.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Nadine Escalante. I wasn't sure if I would have an opportunity to speak after the presentation of the subcommittee that we participated in, that some of the community members that you guys chose. I would like to thank Councilman Gonzalez for the opportunity, Chief Terry, and for all you for the opportunity. However, being on that subcommittee, what you're asking us to do in 6 months, and actually less than 6 months, is insufficient. The city deserves better. Our law enforcement deserves better. My children's future deserves better. When we asked for more time, we were denied more time. And so I hope after the presentation, I have an opportunity to address the concerns that I have addressed with Mr. Gonzalez and with Chief Terry and with people in this community. When one person like myself is participating in this subcommittee and we see that we're not getting enough information because of the COVID concerns that BPD is working in during this time, that we're not being able to get information that I understand from participating in meetings with this department on a regular basis, and we're not taking this into an account to give us a longer timeline, we are doing an injustice to our community and to our law enforcement and to our children. Use of force is a serious issue in this community. We are not just addressing George Floyd, but we are addressing the countless family members and victims in this community. As somebody spoke prior about the officer outside that killed Mr. Cerna. Mr. Cerna's daughter is one of my best friends. As law enforcement, we need to understand that when you take a life, you impact that individual, their family, for generations to come. A lump sum does not ever get rid of the pain of losing your family member. We have to have change in this department. As I'm looking at the department's policy, which I'm sure a lot of community members that are in here that have things to say are not looking, do your research. As I'm looking at the department's policies, which I will be bringing up with Chief Terry later, so I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. But when you look at the policy for pulling people over, one says based on people's clothing, based on where they're driving. So basically, I live on the east side, so if I'm driving in an all-black Adidas outfit and an all-black car with the Raider sticker, I can be pulled over for gang activity. I think that manual policy needs to be readjusted, and then we need to compare it to our racial profiling. So I hope I have an opportunity to discuss more after we do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Escalante. Next speaker, please. Mr. Lane.
Good evening. My name is Eddie Lane, and I'm speaking tonight based on previous letters sent to this council from the Sierra Club Kern Cahuilla chapter. First, a word of thanks. Thank you, Mayor Go and Councilman Arias and Gonzalez for your participation in the major cleanup of San Miguel Grove a week ago Saturday. Your support and encouragement and sweat equity were greatly appreciated. I was back there last weekend. The river area still looks good, and no encampments. However, I sent you pictures of a car driving out of the grove itself and a trailer surrounded by junk and trash. As we recommended before, what is needed is continuing enforcement of city and county codes by Bakersfield Police Department officers on quads or bicycles regularly patrolling the Kern River Parkway, working closely with flood ministries and code enforcement. We need a plan to reclaim and rehabilitate Kern River parks and the parkway lands for public usage. The funding is there. We've not come close to allocating anything near the $12 million in Measure N funding, which was allocated to Mesa Marin and Kaiser Permanente sports complexes on the fringes of town. This for the needed improvements in downtown and other areas in the city. Remember, please, that neighborhood parks was one of the reasons why residents voted for Measure N. Funding is needed for parks in the urban core and southeast Bakersfield. As we have noted, not $1 has been allocated or is planned to be allocated for the following parks in the urban core: Beale, Centennial, Kroll, Lowell, Plans, Uplands of the Kern, and Wheel Parks. Please drive by Plans Park or walk through Uplands of the Kern. They're crying for help now. And drive by Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Look at the eyesore of Kern County's 2 acres next to the park. Plans to improve Martin Luther King Park need to include the purchase and use of the 2 acres, including the restoration or renovation of the county building, which has a rich African-American heritage. A related issue is the current discussion about electric bikes, e-bikes, on the bike path. The Serenity users of the bike path experience needs to be protected. We would encourage you to listen to the advice of the Kern River Parkway Foundation, the founders of our fine network of bike paths, with regard to this issue. Again,
Mr. Lane.
thank you for your help. I appreciate this time.
Thank you very much. We had an issue with the timer, and thank you so much for staying within your time. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Riddhi Patel.
And let's make sure before she starts that the timer is working. Ms. Patel, if you just hold for 1 minute, we're having a little clock issue.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, just let me know when you're ready. Okay? Welcome. Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Riddhi S. Patel. I live in City Councilman Bruce Freeman's district. I'm here to speak in support of the People's Budget Bakersfield, and there's 7 key asks that were highlighted after hours of time put into creating a participatory budgeting process where Bakersfield taxpayers get a say in where their money goes for the budget, which no city council member, the city manager, or the mayor currently supports. What they will be presenting today will not be after going to communities and discovering their needs and wants, even though they might say pretty words that make it sound like they did, because they do not support a participatory budgeting process. I was born and raised in Bakersfield to immigrant parents who came here for a better life. My mother works 12 hours a day to earn roughly $23,000 before taxes yearly, which is not enough to survive off of, let alone raise a family on. And my father earns $53,000 before taxes, which still in sum is not enough to raise 2 kids off of, along with taking care of my grandparents for most of my adolescence and their health needs. I have asthma and a rare reproductive disorder that is difficult to treat in a rural area like Kern and forces me to choose between rent and having adequate health care. I had depression and an identity crisis when I was diagnosed, which warranted mental health care, which is also difficult to treat in a rural area here. I went to Stockdale High School, during which I stole almost $500 worth of things from Target because I worried about adding financial stress to my parents' worries while trying to take care of my grandparents after the 2008 recession hurt my parents, and our house received a bankruptcy notice. I smoke weed regularly and have done shrooms multiple times. I have gone to many parties at houses right across from DA Cynthia Zimmer's house in the Seven Oaks and rich areas of Bakersfield, where I've seen multiple white affluent people do all kinds of drugs, most of them illegal. I live across the street from Buena Vista Elementary School, where my mother has worked for years, where we live within 2,500 feet of oil and gas wells, which expose us to numerous health risks, including increased rates of birth defects, premature birth, and low birth weights, along with increased asthma rates and hospitalizations for heart failure, fatigue, stress, and other serious complications. I'm seeing my friends who were told the oil and gas industry was a stable and lucrative industry lose their jobs and financial security because jobs in the industry are declining. I, like many other young people, hate this town and this country because the rules only apply for the Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and other communities of color and low-income communities. The police, a white supremacist institution, are here not to protect us, but protect rich white people, and our electeds allow them to continue by either advocating for the institution that is police or being silently complicit in it. This city disgusts me, and you are all incompetent, and I do not want you using my taxpayer money to fund your white supremacist institutions.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. Next speaker, please.
Evelyn Torres. Jonathan Yates. Marie Arnold.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Evelyn, and I've lived in Bakersfield for 18 years. Hundreds of everyday Bakersfieldians have signed a statement in support of the people's budget. They could not be here today. These are their names: Sofia Nuno, Guadalupe Gonzalez, Arisveldi Velez, Anoki P., Isabel Tan, Alyssa Garcia, Jordan Petok, Andres Freeman, Jenna Angra Mississagua, Giselle Garcia, Camilla Flores, Miriam Luna, Tiara McGee, Anna Garcia, Lindsay Patino, Maria Ramirez, Caitlin Dudley, Sydney Trowbridge, Ignacio Garcia, Manjot Carr, Elena Rangel, Brooke Woodworth, Karina Arroyo, Alyssa Ramirez, Betsy Bernal, Kennedy Fields, Daniela Gutierrez, Mirna Sanchez, Adriana Penaloza, Hilario Gomez, Sarai M., Galilea Castro, David Ramirez, Caitlin Clemens, Grace Figueroa, Brissa Torres, Jackie Sanchez, Joanne Perez, Adrian Arago, Andrea Castillo, Jose Calixto, Iris Castillo, Chris Arndt, Michelle Heredia, Haley Alvarez, Ophelia Quintero, Claire Smith, Miguel Morales, Brianna Valenzuela, Adrian Quintino, Daniela Gutierrez, Emily Ortiz, Percy Ednalino, Abigail Hoffman, Tayana Chavez, Gerlin Peliguitan, Anika Salinas, Grace Sandman, Irene Merton, Savannah Kyle, Alma Barreras, Anna Medell, Mai Denvind, Hala Manaf, Candice Bartholomew, Nathalie Waregui, Juan Gomez, Jose Garcia, Nicholas Ibarra, Z. Echevarria, Masena Sadeghi, Olivia Garcia, Samia Shakir, Hope Ramirez, Jessica Hernandez, Jessica Johnson, David Fernandez, Abby Ramirez, Alex Lopez, Jade Maldonado, Isaiah Alessia, Diana Pineda, Corey Stockley, Ravi Da, Logan Garrity, Bella Chacon, Mason Jones, Grace Jackson, Jonathan DeRowan, Jamie DeRowan, Maneji Walaz, Angel Padilla, Aaliyah Leggett, Tegan Chapman, Mario Esquire, Cody Batista, Stella Yeager, Alexis Lopez, Amoria Reyes, Courtney Munn, Jalissa Aaron, Yalitza Amador, Tanisha Riddell, Ernesta Rivera, Alyssa Ruiz, Leslie Garcia, Yesenia Rodriguez, Adriana Chavez, Evelyn Duran, Joseph Coram. This list will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Yates. I'm here as a board member of the Hub of Bakersfield. As you may know, the Hub of Bakersfield is a nonprofit focused on making Bakersfield's urban core a better place to live, work, play, and invest. We do this through empowering a new generation of urban innovators, strategic placemaking, fun and unique events, and advocating for policy changes that would have a positive impact on our urban core. The Hub of Bakersfield consists of 20-plus board members and dozens of other participating volunteers. We have no paid staff, and since our inception, board members and volunteers have donated tens of thousands of mostly their own dollars and thousands of man-hours to make Bakersfield a better place. Our team is made up of people from across all of the city's wards and from all backgrounds. What unites us is not a self-serving interest in just making our own neighborhood better. Rather, it's a shared conviction that our urban core is what makes Bakersfield unique among other mid-sized cities. Our urban core is what holds the key to our past as well as our future. From what we see now in Bakersfield and from evidence elsewhere across the country, downtown will be the key to spurring entrepreneurship, economic diversification, and regional competitiveness in the future. Although most of Bakersfield's urban core falls into only one of its wards, improvements or declines in Bakersfield's urban core have a disproportionate impact on other wards and our city image and community identity. This is why the Hub has decided to do what we can to generate excitement about Bakersfield's second downtown, Old Town Kern, and to advocate for additional investment on behalf of the city in this unique neighborhood. Old Town Kern has enormous potential to drive reinvestment and revitalization of East Bakersfield. Its historic businesses and old buildings give it a sense of place that few other neighborhoods in our city can boast. It has a diverse and walkable character that, if it realizes its potential, will make it the kind of place that helps Bakersfield retain young and talented workers who might choose to relocate to a large city in search of an urban lifestyle. The Hub of Bakersfield wants to instill pride in Old Town Kern, which we've done through facilitating various fun events in the area and by a branding effort, which includes designing this shirt I'm wearing and the pins that I'll give to the city clerk shortly. We have accumulated over 2,200 signatures on a petition that asks you, our elected leaders, to prioritize Old Town Kern for a budget allocation of Measure N dollars. As a first of many high ROI, high impact investments into the future of Old Town Kern, we ask that you intervene in the area to save the Sumner Station from demolition, that it could anchor future redevelopment and create value for all residents and instill pride in our community. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Bakersfield and invest in our urban core. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Next speaker, please.
Marie Arnold.
Welcome. Please lower the mic so that, just pull it down a little. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Arnold. I'm a law student, a healthcare worker, and a pastor. I'm newly here in Bakersfield, and this is going to be just briefly. I was trying to get a hold of you, Ms. Mayor, for an appointment, personal appointment. This is my first time being here, so I just wanted to be added into your thing. So I left my information to your city clerk. So if you ever have a chance, can you please call me?
Thank you very
That's
much.
all.
I certainly will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers for this
That was
section?
our last public speaker, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Under workshops, item 6A, presentation from the Bakersfield Police Department Community Collaborative.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll ask members of the core working group, Traco Matthews and Michael Burrows, to provide presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Manager, Mr. Clegg. We are truly honored to be here tonight, to have this opportunity to speak to you and share feedback and recommendations that were requested by this august body. Last summer, a review of the Bakersfield Police Department, of their policies and their procedures in service of trust. The recommendations that we will share will speak to what we discovered in our work, what we learned through the process. I'm honored to be here tonight to speak on behalf of Chief Terry and the core working group and the 30-member collaborative. My name is Traco Matthews. I'm the Chief Program Officer at CAPK, and I will allow my esteemed colleague to introduce himself.
Thank you, Traco. My name is Michael Burrows. I'm an associate professor of philosophy and director of the Kegley Institute of Ethics at California State University, Bakersfield. This initiative is not a CSUB initiative. It is the Bakersfield Police Department Community Collaborative, but I do work at CSUB. That is part of my life and what I spend some of my time on. I think it's wonderful that we have so many people here tonight, and I think it's encouraging to see so many people engaged and involved in this process. And I think we're working towards similar ends, if not exactly the same ends, and we're going to present some of those ends that we've come up with tonight. I'd like you to see this project, which began here, really, with a referral from Andre Gonzalez and this council, as a good faith effort. A good faith effort to assist BPD in being the best organization it can be, the most transparent and trustworthy organization it can be. And when that happens, it's good for BPD and it's good for our community as well. To do this work and to help BPD and help our community in this way, we have developed over the course of 6 months, evidence-based and as much as possible community-sourced recommendations in a number of key areas, which we will talk about momentarily. We've presented this report to you, or you've received the report, so I know you've looked at it before, and we will be providing some context on it and how we arrived at these recommendations tonight. One other framing point I just want to note here before I turn it back over to Traco. A number of the recommendations, or really all of the recommendations, are evidence-based. We're not going to be able to go through all of those resources tonight. But one thing I do want to point out, and for us to keep in mind as we engage in this conversation, is just the importance of mutual understanding, good communication, and recognizing both the importance of, but also the limitations of the perspectives that all of us bring to this issue, right? None of us sees all this issue entirely holistically, but I think it's important to keep these key concepts in mind. And One data point I keep in mind for this, as I enter this work is one of the studies we looked at was from the Pew Research Center, one of the most expansive studies that's been done actually on surveying police officers about reform efforts and also citizens across the U.S. It was 8,000 police officers that participated in this survey, 5,000 citizens across the U.S. And one of many things that this shows is that most police officers, about 7 in 10, actually believe that being responsive to and understanding community interests, local knowledge, right, concerns, is central to them doing work excellently, right? I point that out because that's really what this initiative is about, right? It's not about, I think it's working at common ends, right? If we can understand what the community interests are, what the community needs are, we can engage in public safety practices that much more effectively. Second, there's also important disconnect we see between concerns that police officers have and concerns that community members have. So for example, 8 in 10 Americans say they understand the challenges and risks of policing, right? By contrast, 8 in 10 police officers say that the public does not understand these challenges and risks. So we see a disconnect in experiences, in knowledge, and in communication. We're trying to bridge that gap because we think it can lead to some productive action, and that informs this project and what we're trying to do.
I'd like to speak a bit to the process and the core working group itself. As you can see from the pictures there, we had 5 members of the core working group, including Chief Greg Terry, myself, Dr. Burrows, Natisha Johnson, and also Dr. Mark Martinez. And you've heard already tonight that these recommendations are not truly representative of the community. However, we did our best to make sure that there was a broad coalition of community leaders who were involved and engaged in this work, so that these recommendations and this feedback would actually be broad-based and representative of as many elements of the community as possible. In a limited period of time, it is impossible to get comprehensive data and information or feedback, but we think we did a pretty good job with the time that we had. Our guidance, primary guidance, was taken from the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing from 2015. And I'd like to bring your attention to this statement. The point of this work was strengthened trust between law enforcement and the community. Trust between law enforcement agencies and the people they protect and serve is critical to a democracy. The public confers legitimacy only on those whom they believe are acting in procedurally just ways. One of the things that we discovered about trust, and you know this to be true as well, it is a function of behavior, yes, but also of perception. And so we looked at both as we looked at these 4 pillars: communications and community outreach, officer training and education, use of force policy and oversight, and building trust and legitimacy. We also have some core commitments that we use kind of as our foundation for this work. Every organization, including BPD, everywhere I've ever worked, they can get better, all right, by doing internal reflection and examination of their processes, of their policies. It's just continuous improvement. Okay. We knew that the recommendations had to be based on evidence, for one, but also a reflection of the community in order to actually achieve what we were hoping to achieve. It's got to be a dialogue, a conversation between law enforcement and the community. Also wanted to note that this is just the beginning of the process. This is not the end. So I believe someone earlier said that, in 6 months we didn't have enough time to come up with comprehensive solutions. We knew that going in. There's no way you can get comprehensive solutions or fix a problem that frankly is pretty big in that period of time. This is the beginning of the work. We understand that. Also wanted to make sure that there was transparency in this process, and so we have done everything in our power to work with BPD and the media and the community to share the entire process and what we have done to this point in developing these recommendations.
So just a couple notes on, these are non-exhaustive notes of our community outreach efforts, but just to give you a little bit more context on some of the work we did do in order to try and solicit community voices to be part of this process. One aspect of that was what we refer to as listening sessions, which is a term we adopted from the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. These were 1.5-hour sessions hosted on Zoom, given COVID-19 protections, where community members were able to come share their experiences, both positive and negative, with BPD, concerns about policing, interest in areas of reform, and to ask questions. We thought it was important to have these community forum spaces to listen, for people to be heard, and also to help inform the areas of research we were going to conduct with our community committees. As I noted, we conducted 3 of these listening sessions. We also conducted a 4th special listening session just for BPD officers and leadership to share their concerns, which was also an education for us. And I can't go over comprehensively all the things that were said at these 3 listening sessions. There's too many comments to cover. But there are central themes, and I'll just touch on a few of those. Concerns about police response to people in mental health crises and the training around that issue. De-escalation training. The size of the budget for BPD and concerns about defunding the Bakersfield Police Department. Officer recruitment and training. And also, I just want to note, I think very germane for our conversation tonight, having more opportunities for listening sessions and conversations directly with BPD. I think that was a common theme that came up. And also, very germane tonight is a call to action. Several people, I think skepticism is a good thing. It challenges you, right? I don't shy away from skepticism. And people at these meetings would say, well, this is good you're listening, this is good you're doing a report, but what's really gonna happen? And that's a fair question, right? That's why we're here tonight. That's why we want to work with you to make things happen, and we want to be responsive to that. I think change is an incremental process. It doesn't happen overnight. Many people in this room have been working beyond us. We're not the only ones in the room that have a stake in this. But I think the call to action is something that should be taken very, very seriously, and something that would make this process a legitimate one and a representation of what we're trying to do. Another aspect of community outreach was a community survey, which was really, the master behind that was Natisha Johnson, who's in the audience tonight, who ran our communications committee. This is a start, right? This is something that BPD, our recommendations reflect this. BPD could continue and expand this process. But the survey ran just over a month, and in that month, we received basically close to 1,000 responses to questions ranging from, there's 14 of them, but everything from community understanding of BPD outreach efforts to trust in BPD, the professionalism of BPD, and then offering open-ended suggestions for possibilities for reform or asking questions about the process. And I think, just anecdotally, what that survey showed us, right, is that community impressions about BPD are really fractured. They're really divergent. There's not really any uniformity there, right? So just for example, one question, I am satisfied with the overall performance of BPD. 30% of people strongly agree with that. 17% strongly disagree with that. And there's a variety of percentages in between. And the same kind of goes for every question we asked. So I think it's good to note that there's good support for BPD, but it's also important to note that there's people who are really concerned and have a lot of distrust for the police force too. And we need to be attentive to that. So I also just want to note here as we go into the recommendation slides, we don't have time to go in depth on each recommendation. You've already received the report, and we're happy to provide the report to anybody else who'd like it as well. But I did want to note that there's a number of core values that I think, alongside the ones we've talked about, are really central for us tonight and guiding these recommendations. My colleague Traco has already talked about trust and how important that is in the process, establishing that between BPD and the community. The fact that we have community representation in this process, not just speaking to that, but actually real, robust community involvement and community voices in this process. And then also the possibility for us to, as a city, to show great leadership at this time, right? When there are major national and local conversations happening around police reform and what policing should be. We have a chance not to just do the bare minimum, but to expand what's possible as moral and political leaders. And I think that's something we should take seriously as we think about this process. And I'm sure you already are. With that in mind, and given we don't have time to go through all the recommendations, and with those core values in mind, trust, community, and leadership, I'll just touch base just briefly on 2 that I think offer an opportunity for increasing trust and showing leadership. And those are 2 that specifically focus on attending to issues experienced by marginalized populations in our city. Recommendation 3 deals with training in response to police interactions with persons with mental health crises. The reason this is important is that nationally, 25% of people killed in law enforcement use of force incidents are experiencing some type of mental health crises. This is both a danger to those persons, obviously, but also to police officers involved in those incidents. And we have several recommendations that speak to this danger and ways to respond to that. There is a training that we recommended in the report that comes from the Police Executive Research Forum, which is composed of police officials and past and current police officers. It's a very well-respected national organization that has excellent trainings and progressive trainings. They have a training called Integrating Communications, Assessment, and Tactics that specifically deals with training officers to respond to persons who do not possess a lethal weapon or are experiencing a mental health crisis. It's evidence-based. It's a very effective program in reducing use of force incidents in these cases. We think it would be excellent to fund it and implement it here. Second, also, the recommendation 4 around anti-racist policing. Again, we can do the bare minimum. We can have cultural sensitivity training. We can look at those forms of training in the academy, which already happen, and that's great that we do that. But why not be a leader in anti-racist policing? Why not think about this critically and think about how can Bakersfield set the standard for what it means to teach officers and learn about implicit bias, about the history of policing, right? And about how we can be sensitive to the concerns of our community members of color, right? Who have fear and have concerns around interactions with BPD, which is something that was raised at listening sessions. I don't say that to attack the police department. I say it to be honest about what the facts are and to be proactive in facing them as a police force and as a community. Our next committee was communications and community outreach. Several recommendations here. Again, all of these are important, but for the sake of time, and with the core values of trust, community, and leadership in mind, I want to mention just briefly that 2 low-hanging fruit recommendations that really would not cost a tremendous amount of money, actually, when we think about that kind of issue, which I know is a concern, would be continuing listening sessions with the community. This is a practice that we established as a collaborative. As I mentioned before, many people asked for more of those sessions. It built on the principal policing sessions that BPD already conducted pre-COVID that were highly impactful. And I think we should provide more opportunities for community engagement and question asking of BPD leadership where we can. We recommended those be held at least quarterly and held in different parts of the city, both in person and virtually, to increase participation in that process. Also, we started a community survey with our small team in the limited time we had. I think with more time and effort put into that process, I think doing a robust community survey yearly or every other year, right, would be a great way for BPD to keep their finger on the pulse around what community interests and concerns are, things they are doing well, things they can improve, and issues from the community that they haven't even considered, right? Because it's impossible for them to have face-to-face interactions with every community member. We found that process, even in the limited way we did it, very helpful for informing our own selves in this process. I'm sure BPD would find that helpful too. And again, that's not necessarily a resource or financially intensive process. So I just want to leave you with those recommendations, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you. In the last 2 categories, use of force, policy, and oversight. Recommendations here, I'll point out just a couple as well. I know that you are very familiar with the reports from 2004 and some of the affirmations in 2017 from the U.S. Department of Justice. There were quite a few recommendations related to policy changes. A couple of central themes that I'd like to highlight were those of de-escalation, all right, and also proportionality. So de-escalation specifically, we had opportunities to go through simulations. We know that officers are making judgment calls in the heat of the moment sometimes. Some of the de-escalation techniques that we recommended in terms of policy, we thought, again, were low-hanging fruit. Buying yourself more time, potentially calling for more backup or resources, but the evidence suggests this beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have effective de-escalation policies in place, it reduces use of force in a couple of ways. There are fewer incidents, and there's less use of deadly use of force, right, which was one of the reasons why we undertook this work in the first place per George Floyd. So de-escalation was a critical theme that we included. Also, proportionality. One specific example would be something like this. Someone has already been arrested, they're in handcuffs, but canines are still being used to essentially, the perception is intimidate, because they can't really go anywhere, they can't run, so why are canines being used in their presence, all right, or barking at them and so forth? So there were a number of recommendations that we made, and all of them were flowing from this concept that the DOJ, but also that we heard from the community. It was this: culture has to change in order for trust to be restored or strengthened, all right? Especially for communities of color. The behaviors can be good. What you have written down on paper can be good, but the perception also must be pristine and solid and good. That means your policies must articulately declare and state your genuine care for every single citizen in Kern County or in Bakersfield, right? You must declare your positive intent, your desire to genuinely care and respect the dignity of life for every citizen. Those were some of the recommendations that we made related to that first bullet point from the U.S. Department of Justice 2004. Something else that we discovered in our work was when there's greater diversity in terms of the police force, you tend to get better results, all right? And then finally, and this was kind of the overarching category, but we have some very specific recommendations, kind of a catch-all category here. Building trust and legitimacy. All right, so two key themes here. The first is engagement from the community. Ongoing, consistent, persistent engagement. This is a behavior, all right? BPD has to find a way to continually engage the community if they expect the community to consider them to be legitimate and trustworthy. Hence our recommendation for a formal citizens review board, and you could even lead in that space or strengthen the intent and the outcome by hiring an independent auditor. I know that that would cost some money, but it would certainly strengthen the perception of the desire to build and strengthen trust. But the Citizens Review Board, that's a given. We felt that this is low-hanging fruit, very little cost at all besides time, but would help us to achieve that ongoing engagement with the community and BPD. And then finally, the other word that we used is kind of a theme was empathy. So Dr. Burrows spoke to the number or the percentage of folks who are having some sort of mental health crises. And so we thought it would be important for law enforcement professionals and officers to get engaged with the community that they're serving outside of just protecting and serve their formal role. All right, how do they do that? Lots of different recommendations that we included there, but also not just for folks who are having maybe mental health crises, but the little kid who is like me or like Reedy said, growing up in an area where there are challenges and there are struggles, all right? Understanding where people are coming from only helps, and the evidence and the research bore that out. And so we had a number of recommendations related to that. Empathy, engagement. If we can get these things done in addition to all of these other recommendations that we discussed, we believe that truly it could change the trajectory of the relationship with BPD and the community. Any questions? I have a final statement I'd like to share at the very end, but we did want to open it up for any questions from council members.
Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Dr. Burrows, go ahead and make your final statement, then we'll go to the public.
All right, thank you. If you'll indulge me. So thank you again for taking the time to hear our community-sourced recommendations. I would like to read my final closing statement so I keep it under 2 minutes. Please allow me to take off my collaborative hat for just a moment and speak from a heart of vulnerability. As you can see, I am a black man. I stand tonight in these chambers as a representative of myself, my wife, my father, my 4 brothers, dozens of other family members, my CSUB and BC students, black coworkers and their children, members of our community collaborative, and many more residents who have experienced inequitable treatment at the hands of law enforcement agencies here in Bakersfield and Kern County. For many, these recommendations are simple recommendations. For me, they are a prayer of hope. I know that no matter what I wear, where I live, how well I do financially, how strong my reputation is in the community, I am still far more likely to be harassed, injured, or even killed by law enforcement than the average person. While the Declaration of Independence states these beautiful words, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I have never felt like those words included me in the public safety space. My appeal, therefore, is not only to this body of leaders, but elevated to the very courts of heaven. My prayer is to the same Creator the Founding Fathers invoked in their declaration, the same one that Councilmember Smith prayed to at the beginning of this session. My plea to the foundational ethics upon which our nation was established. We have done our best to capture the voices, the tears, and the hearts of our community. I now release our cries for equity into the hands of Almighty God and to the courageous leaders who sit in authority tonight. May this be the beginning of a new chapter of hope for all citizens of Bakersfield, California. Thank you again for considering our recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Dr. Burrows. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
America, we received 3 public speaker cards regarding this item. The first public speaker is Riddhi Patel. Second public speaker, Evelyn Torres. And the third public speaker, Reginald Gardner.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes per person, please.
So I have a question for everyone behind me, the community members who live here. Can you, if you think that after a year of paying taxes and providing a good chunk of your salary and your hard work to the city, that you think you should have a say in where this money goes? Can you raise your hand if you think that? Okay, so while surveys and feedback are very good, it only means something if the people receiving them will actually implement the concerns of the community. Surveys and feedback do not force you to listen to us if you disagree with us. Everyone on the city council right now would not agree with us if the community had implemented a participatory budgeting process and told the city what they want, if it was done in a survey way. You wouldn't listen to us. You don't give a fuck. So I'm going to stress then too, if you agree, if the community behind me agrees also that you think you should have a say in where this city spends your taxpayer money, if you can also raise your hand and think that this city should implement a participatory budgeting process which forces the city council and the mayor and the city manager to listen to us. Okay, so I'm going to kindly say this. I'm not going to kindly say this. I want you all, none of you, Christian Clegg, the mayor, and everyone on city council, you do not represent the community. The community wants a participatory budgeting process and wants a say in where their taxpayer money goes. So I'm going to use the minute and 15 seconds, whatever. I don't have my glasses. Everyone on city council, can you, or the city manager and the mayor, can you raise your hand if you support a participatory budgeting process where Bakersfield people get to say where their taxpayer money is going?
Ms. Patel, we don't engage in
Shut
that
up,
kind.
Karen. So I will.
Ms. Patel?
I will. It's very clear you do not care about what the community wants. I want to say this very clearly. I don't give a what you individually want. You are here to represent what the community wants. I don't care what you want as individuals. The community, if you went to the community and asked, would you like a say in where your taxpayer money goes? Republican, Democrat, and independent alike, nonpartisan, whatever, they would agree. So I'm going to say this once, and I'm going to speak again later on. I would kindly ask you all to go yourselves.
Next speaker, please.
Evelyn
Madam Clerk.
Torres.
Thank you.
And the final speaker will be Reginald Gardner.
We're just going to wait until the doors are closed, please. Go ahead, Ms. Torres.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Torres. The following are even more names of Bakersfieldians who have stated their support for the people's budget. Joseph Coram, Ava Kennedy, Kiara Merez, Angie Morfin, Michelle Garcia, Valeria Ugalde, Leon McMillan, Karen Uribe, Angelina Repepi, Lizzie Vaughan, Yesenia Calderon, Katie Morfin, Margarita Zuniga, Anna Zamora, Kathy Flores, Emily Frank, Anna Mendez, Julianne Oakley, Antonio Reyes, Kiana Laura, Olivia Petrillo, Megan Corkery, Caitlin Sherman, Sarah Page, Kimmy Vassell, Tricia Morin, Emma Morris, Andres Hernandez, Kayla Klein, Rebecca Rodriguez, Yamna Kashlin, Emily Viceno, Angelina Arevalo, Will Dieters, Naira McKinney, Malin Teveldi, Caitlin Dignard, Joycelyn Leon, Jack Bickerton, Alexandra Loop, Ananya Pagan, Angelina DeVivio, Sofit Rakusin, Julia Gaworski, Ramiro Estrada, Ashlyn Harris, Rilia Carter, Katarina Santos, Abigail Askew, Leslie Murrieta, Maura Hoffman, Ashley Arens, Kaylee Pigman, Lily Listerman, Keely Dillon, Crystal Adriana Lopez, Jamie Martin, Nan Vu, Montserrat Lopez, Kilwa Phelps, Faith Gutierrez, Conrad Ree, Rebecca Lapidus, Derek Schmidt, Bella Dudek, Kaylin Riley, Ryan Galuski, Alessia Zacheo, Grace Gerard, Joanna Balgaman, Natalie Meeks, Sammy Clark, Alejandra Lopez, Nayli Martinez, Jackie Soto, Ruby R. Silmer, Jasmine Valencia, Tania Claiborne, Monica Geisner, Ali Archer, Nancy Gavea, Hannah Chavez, Juan Valdovinos, Cynthia Garcia, Allison Henson, Max McKenzie, Christopher Ramirez, Ray McPherson, Ologwen Emerson Flores, Helena Cliffer, Samia Kenmegwini, Alex Hinojosa, Marjorie Kandreva, Monica Mendoza, Esther Santos, Joseph Perduca, Pardubici, Momo Munoz, Juliet Vega. This list will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. And the final speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Reginald Gardner.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Reginald Gardner. I'm here for the people of Bakersfield who you don't represent, who you do not care about, who do you not speak up for. And for number one, you don't about, really. I promise you this. You all have wasted my time. The Bakersfield Community Collaborative wasted my time because change. During this time of this community collaborative, I don't know how many times I was accosted by police, and the whole time I've been here tonight, the same ones. I'm tired of this. I'm gonna tell my community to stand up for what they believe, protect themselves, and guess what? I think.
So that concludes our public speakers and this item. Mr. Clegg, was there something that you still wanted to say?
Thank you, Mayor. Just would reflect that the recommendations have been received by the city, and Chief Terry and I will be reviewing those recommendations and providing a response to the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Vice Mayor,
Motion to receive and file.
you have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Vice Mayor Weir,
Aye.
Councilmember Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Gray,
Aye.
Councilmember Parlier is absent. Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's take a 10-minute break at this point, and we'll come back at about 7:15, please. All right, let's convene And Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Workshops item 6B, fiscal year 2021-22 proposed budget overview.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll ask Mr. Chris Hewitt to provide a presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Chris Hewitt with the City Manager's Office. It's my pleasure to be here before you. I just realized a minute ago this will be my 10th budget cycle, and so I'm really happy to be here and present this to you. We do have a number of slides. For the sake of time, I am going to try to be expeditious. Mr. McKeegan, our Finance Director, is going to assist me on a few of these so I do not lose my voice. With that being said, we are here today to talk about the fiscal year 22 budget that is expected to begin on July 1 of 2021. I'm pleased to tell you that over the last several months, staff has worked on this budget, and the budget that is proposed before you today is balanced. It is in direct harmony with the City Council goals that have been adopted and revised. We do anticipate some modest revenue growth that we'll cover in just a moment. It does maintain all existing programs, services, and staffing that this council has reviewed over the last several years, including the first couple of phases of the Public Safety and Vital Services Measure programming. This budget also enhances public safety. It addresses homelessness. It invests in local parks projects. We will see several items within the proposal that are meant to revitalize neighborhoods and the urban areas of the city. And we do believe that we have a very robust 5-year capital infrastructure plan to share with you today. So this is just the outline of what I'm going to cover today. Again, we'll walk through this quickly and be able to answer any questions at the end. I want to talk about the big picture. Again, our local economy continues to rebound from the COVID-19 impacts. We did see a dip in revenue for some of our major revenue sources in the first quarter of 2020. Since that time, those revenues have generally rebounded with the exception of just a few, including our hotel tax. Demand for services and projects continues to grow. I know you all are aware of that. Our major, again, revenue sources are showing that modest signs of continued growth. And I wanted to mention here that things like negotiated items through our labor units, all of that is contained within the proposal that you have before you. So let's talk about a bit of those budget highlights. We've revamped a little bit how we're going to outline this year. It's going to be really in tandem with the City Council goals. So you get some highlights of some of those major projects and staffing enhancements and program enhancements that staff is proposing. Our departments, as I'll talk about at the end of this presentation, are going to really come in over the next month or so and provide this council with very granular looks at each one of their budgets. Today is that 30,000-foot view. So let's talk about quality public safety services. What you'll find and what you'll see in the budget is that approximately 42% of the city's general fund, which is the discretionary operating fund of the city, will be allocated under this proposal, as staff is proposing it, to the police department. It includes the addition of 28 new sworn officers. Again, this is part of the 3-year goal of increasing that sworn complement by 100. This would move the authorized sworn complement to 507. From an authorized position standpoint, that is 100 sworn officers. We'll get into the discussion about authorized versus filled in some of our upcoming presentations. Also includes 17 civilian positions, expansion of the private security patrol. Again, we're looking to partner with the DA's office to better address quality of life type of crimes. And again, you can see that we're also investing in the fire department, and specifically here through funding of capital projects and equipment, just totaling just under $1 million. Homelessness is obviously another priority for the council and for the community. Again, during the pandemic, we were very pleased to be able to open the Brundage Lane Navigation Center. That was a major lift by city staff and by our partners in the service delivery field that are in that facility today. Plan on obviously continuing to operate that facility moving into next year. Looking to allocate about $6 million towards affordable housing construction projects. Looking to add staffing in the code enforcement side of the house for supporting rapid response. Actually adding 1 supervisor and then continuing the funding of the teams that are in place. There's also some other flexible funding that will be available to provide for some homeless-related program enhancements and pilot programs. We also, again, continue to support our partners in this area throughout the community with additional funding for emergency shelter grants. We also do expect to expand the human waste cleanup services that are currently in the downtown and Old Town area, looking to potentially expand those further based upon need. Maintaining fiscal solvency is something, again, that we're focused on. Looking to propose a budget addition to the city manager's office to provide ongoing budgetary oversight and fiscal support to all departments. This would be a budget director position. This is not a position the city has had. Most of your larger cities do have a budget director position, and actually several fiscal analysts that work day in and day out throughout the year to support budgetary related issues throughout all the departments. Looking to invest about $300,000 to continue our internal review process. We are looking again to get the Enterprise Resource Planning Project, which is our ERP or our backbone, our accounting system, looking to get that project into the request for proposal phase. And again, looking to continue some of our risk assessment and process review projects. Won't touch upon every one of these here, but we did want to highlight for this body and for the public that we look to allocate over $6 million from multiple different funding sources to local park projects throughout the city's park system. Looking to add 6 new positions on the rapid response side of things to support parks, along with a mow crew to get at some of those streetscape and median enhancement opportunities. Looking actually to add some additional positions on the code enforcement side of things, not for rapid response. This is really meaning to get at those quality of life and neighborhood issues that really fall outside of what the rapid response team does today. What you'll hear from Mr. Boyle when Development Services presents is we've not seen any increase to this team since, I believe, 2018. So this is a step in the right direction to get at some of those chronic issues that we see and hear about in neighborhoods. Looking to, again, increase some staffing for focus on community engagement and inclusion efforts. Looking, again, at the arena, making sure that as that starts to reopen, that facility is, that there are projects and issues addressed there. So again, we'll get into some more detail as the proposals move forward. Again, also wanted to mention that we're proposing to continue the general fund contributions that the city makes each year to the Bakersfield Museum of Art and the Symphony. Let's talk quickly about the strengthening and diversifying the economic base. There'll be some planner positions that staff is proposing to focus on some of those core economic development areas listed here. Also proposing to add planner positions to support our large general plan update that's forthcoming. I'll skip down to some of the new allocations that we're looking at in the economic development side of things. You'll see several that are geared towards economic strategic plan implementation, workforce development, business assistance tools, and the continuation of the Economic Opportunity Area program. We also have a new project that is proposed for $3 million. And the intent of that project is to look at opportunities to really enhance infrastructure and other needs in areas of the city where we are seeking to revitalize. On the infrastructure side of things, a lot of exciting things going on here. A couple staffing positions that staff is proposing, an engineer, and then also some staff in the street side of things to continue the great work that our public works team does in maintaining streets and roads. When you look at the big picture, there's about $60 million on the capital side and in the operating budget that goes towards supporting and maintaining all the city's right-of-way. And this does not include dedicated multi-use path funding or non-right-of-way infrastructure projects. This is talking about street improvements, street light improvements, really any of those core infrastructure, what you would think of core infrastructure needs. In addition to that, there's $16 million, a little over $16 million budgeted next year for multi-use path construction for 3 projects. We also have several other buckets of funding to continue to support our sewer enterprise system, our solid waste enterprise, and our domestic and river and ag water infrastructure. And again, as departments come forward, they will certainly be providing you the details to all these projects. Promoting community pride, image, excellent customer service, a lot of great work that's being proposed here. The first is about $6 million in proposed measure-funded projects to beautify some of those first impression areas along freeway corridors through hardscape, landscape, and signage improvements. Looking to continue those most popular Clean City teams and pop-up drop-off events next year. We're actually proposing to add $300,000 additional dollars to the Clean City teams in an effort to expand their reach, working prospectively with the police department and with our solid waste teams to focus a bit more on enforcement and education. Talk a little bit about, again, that assistant to the city manager position to oversee the performance and innovation initiatives of the city. And again, a few other items there that you'll hear about upcoming as it relates to Visit Bakersfield and as it relates to some of our ongoing staff development programs that staff is proposing for next year. In terms of urban renewal and downtown development, pleased to share with this council that staff is proposing additional investment. One, to continue the funding for all of the programs that exist today through the Ambassador Program, the private security, and the waste cleanup. In addition, there's $1.2 million proposed for urban redevelopment projects. And again, I mentioned it earlier as part of the bigger package, but specifically the downtown EOA is proposed to receive an additional $100,000 to continue the work there. Let's talk quickly about the reserves. I wanted to give this group a quick status update on the city's reserves. This council adopted a policy, I believe, in 2019. It seems like, does seem like a few years ago now. Whereas we were looking to get the city from a reserve standpoint to about a 60-day general reserve, a rainy day fund, if you will. Prior to this policy, the city had a small cash basis reserve, but it was not your traditional rainy day fund. I'm really pleased to tell you that through the approval of allocations to that reserve over the last several years, this council has gotten the city to a point now where, as of June 30th of this year, we're expected to reach our 60-day goal for the current year budget. That is an accomplishment that is happening a few years early. I believe our plan had gone out to fiscal year 25 to get us there. We're there now, where we will be. Now, that's going to take maintenance. That's going to take additional investment as the general fund grows. And so we will be bringing back to this council proposals likely at mid-year to make sure that we're continuing to meet that 60-day level. But we are pleased to report that to you today. Just quickly, in regards to some other areas of the budget that you may be interested in, refuse and domestic water rates, staff continues to try to hold those rates down as low as possible. However, due to, in some cases, factors outside of the city's control, staff is proposing rate increases both for refuse and domestic water. Those notices, there are required notices and quite a bit of lead time there, so those notices have gone out pending a public hearing before this body in about a month, I believe. There's some of the factors. I won't go through all of them. I know we've had some discussion with this council over the last several months on at least the refuse side of things, but again, we're continuing to see cost increases there. The one that I want to key in on that we're going to bring back more information to this body is SB 1383. That's a Senate bill that is related to organic diversion. The requirements and the timeline to meet those requirements will likely mean that refuse rates will continue to increase, and that is not something that at this point the city has any control over. These are state mandated requirements. We're going through quite a bit of analysis right now with some outside third party to evaluate the requirements there, but we will be back before you with a bit more information there. So as of July 1, if approved, that refuse rate on a single family home would be $234, still among the lowest in the state as we look at comparable cities. Domestic water, again, there's quite a bit of cost increase on the domestic water side from not just a general operating cost standpoint, but again, going back to our state required and mandated TCP mitigation project. So again, staff is looking at revenues and expenditures and believes that a modest 4% domestic water rate increase for those 48,000 connections is warranted and recommended at this point. Sewer, we're in a good spot there. No increase is recommended. Briefly touch on vehicles. Again, looking to replace through our normal replacement process about 139 vehicles and pieces of equipment for about $13 million. Police vehicles, about 52. Those are sedans and other types of police equipment. That's based on a pretty stringent analysis that our fleet division does, as well as department prioritization. That number doesn't include any of the equipment for the new positions that you're going to hear about over the course of the next month. On the computer and radio side, again, about $1.3 million in normal replacement as these pieces of equipment get to their end of useful life. That includes 85 replacement computers for the police department. Of interest as well is the council contingency. This is in the general fund, and each year staff recommends an amount to be placed in council contingency for unanticipated uses that the council may deem appropriate throughout the year. Any expenditures from this pot of funds would come back to this council for approval, but we have penciled that in this year at $200,000. It's a bit of an increase from last year, but there's the capacity to do that. I don't have a lot here on this slide to tell you about because we are still waiting for some information from the federal government, but I can tell you that through the American Rescue Plan, the city is anticipated to receive about $96 million. Again, we're waiting on guidance from the Treasury. We do plan on returning to the council for further dialogue and planning around the use of these funds. We do anticipate getting about half in the next short term, and then the remainder in about 12 months. That's the plan right now. This budget does assume a very small amount of those ARPA funds would be available to staff to essentially backfill for lost revenue and for some general fund expenditures, but the remainder would be available for programming for eligible uses based on staff recommendation and ultimately council direction. Let's talk real quick about new positions that are contained within this proposal. Please note that picture was from January of 2020, right before the pandemic hit. So in summary, we're looking at 86 new positions that are proposed in the different proposals that will be coming before you today. 45 positions are proposed for the police department, including those 28 sworn and 17 civilian. That's the bulk of the new position adds. You can see that there are several other positions for some of our departments, and again, they'll get into those details with you in the upcoming presentations. So this is looking at that same data just in a different way. 52% of the proposed positions are proposed for the police department, looking again to increase that sworn complement. This proposal also puts several existing officers and PSTs, police service technicians, back on the street by reallocating or adding some civilian positions that can take the place of the work that's being done right now by PSTs or officers. We'll also talk about several critical staffing additions in other departments that are proposed that are necessary to support all the programs and services and projects that the city has undertaken and will be undertaking, excuse me. Pretty much the same data here, but what you're going to see is the 3-year history. So going back to 1819, you can see that the growth of the organization over the last several years, predominantly due to the public safety and vital services measure, and predominantly within the public safety areas of the organization. When we look at the new position requests, so out of those 86 positions, what's the cost? It's $8.86 million. You can see that predominantly funding for those positions will come as proposed from the public safety and vital services measure, a smaller amount from the general fund outside of PSVS, and then you can see some of the other funds that share in the proposed cost for the positions. And again, that's salary and benefit cost. It doesn't include one-time equipment for those positions, but those costs, again, will be highlighted as we move forward. I like to show this slide every year, and normally I have updated population estimates for you. The state is a little behind in getting those to us. They are due this Friday. So we had to use some this last year's population data. I just wanted to give the council a snapshot of proposed employees per 1,000 residents to see back in 1990 where we were at and where we're at today. Again, just to give you a snapshot in terms of growth of the city and growth of the organization. Quickly on the measure, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. McKeegan for some fun numbers, and then we'll wrap up. We know the measure priorities. There are 13 of them, and I'm not going to go through them one by one, but the majority of them revolve around public safety and safety overall. In terms of measure revenue, what you'll see throughout our budget proposal is that revenue in this area continues to trend very positive. We continue to outpace budget projections. Sales and use activity is strong. What we're seeing are general consumer goods, transportation, businesses, industry, and building and construction categories really showing some strong growth. New auto sales, your home improvement stores, that's where we've really seen quite a bit of growth over the last year. What I have for you on the right is a chart that plots out the last several quarters. That's how the city receives the revenue from the state or reports it from the state. And so you can see we had that dip first quarter of 2020, quick rebound, frankly, and the fourth quarter for 2020, that's our holiday spending period. And where you see, and that's one period that we look at a little bit closer than others. It eclipsed actually the holiday spending period in 19 by about a little over, close to $2 million. Again, in terms of the measure summary and where staff is proposing those resources be allocated for the next fiscal year, we're looking at about $78 million in revenue. That's what staff's estimating right now. It's broken down in this way. You can see again, this includes all of the programs and services and staffing that have been added over the last couple years and what's being proposed for next year. So we will break those out in a moment. This is everything together. The police department is proposed to receive about 35%. Economic development is about 24%. And you can see we've got other departments that are making up the remainder of that amount. So this amount includes salaries and benefits at about $35 million. I think it's about 45% of measure expenditures. Operating, and then our operating and capital, which is about $23 million. So again, just looking at this in a bit different way, again, that same $77.9 million number by category, just again to give you an idea of, again, where that funding is going. From a percentage standpoint, about 45% going to personnel. Capital improvements, about 28%. And then operating non-personnel, that's ongoing costs. But that includes things like our contract services for the navigation center and some reoccurring service-related programs like the waste cleanup and the clean teams. We do have about $22 million proposed for the council in capital projects, which we'll get into in just a bit. Again, I won't spend too much time on this one, but this is from an operating budget and ongoing budget standpoint. Out of that $77.9 million, $56 million is proposed as operating. So that includes salary and benefits and those other ongoing costs I talked about. Again, police is about 50% of that. When we separate out phase 3, this is the additional items that will be coming before you this year that have not been proposed or included in prior year measure budgets from our departments. This is the breakdown from a percentage on where those, what we're calling phase 3 proposals are proposed to go. That includes $34 million in total. That's across both operating and capital. That includes about $7.2 million in new positions, again, predominantly in the police department. So I showed you a slide that had 86 positions. That was all funds. That was across the entire city, all of our different funding sources. What this is just the measure. So again, you're going to see all of those police positions that were in that other slide. This is the actual funding source form is the measure. And again, a subset of other department new position proposals are here as well, totaling 68 new positions. A slight decrease from the last couple of years. Well, we were around 100 measure funded positions being added the last 2 years. Citizens Oversight Committee met 3 times over the last month. They considered those phase 3 proposals that we'll get into with our departments here in the upcoming month. They unanimously or majority recommended all of the proposals with the exception of the Public Works proposal. They looked at that entire proposal, which covered several things. But what you'll see in the feedback and the comments from the committee is that some of the focus was more around some of the freeway beautification projects that staff is proposing. Not a lot of comment on some of the other areas, like a complete streets project where we're leveraging state grant funding or some new staffing to support capital project facilitation. So fiscal overview, Randy's going to run through the numbers real quick. We're going to be back for a couple more slides, and then I promise we'll wrap up and be available for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Go, council members, Randy McKeegan, Finance Director for the City of Bakersfield. My pleasure to be able to present the fiscal overview and give Assistant City Manager Hewitt a break here. Maybe he gets some hot tea or something between when I ask him to come up here after this particular presentation. So we're going to go through the slides here, looking at the fiscal year proposed for the upcoming fiscal year, and really looking at comparisons to prior year as well. So this first slide, this first chart shows the budget proposed for 2021-22 of $684 million. That's an 8.6% increase from the total budget approved the prior year. As you can see here, the largest source of revenue is taxes and assessments of $307.4 million. Of that amount, $157 million of that tax and assessment is our sales tax numbers. Included in that as well is $100 million of estimated property tax revenue. The next largest revenue source for the budget, as you can see there, is the charges for services of $219 million. The majority of that revenue comes from our enterprise fund activity, which would be the wastewater, the sewer, the solid waste, and the water department activity. And that amounts to $128 million of the $219. This next slide breaks down the proposed budget of $684 million by function. We'll see here that the total of the budget has an operating budget of $582.3 million. The capital projects amount to $102 million. So we see there that there's an increase of $39 million in operating, which covers salaries and benefits, operating costs, materials and supplies for the operations of the departments. And then we have a $15 million increase in capital projects, which is improvements and upgrades to the city throughout the city. More detail, as Assistant City Manager Hewitt mentioned, on those specific projects making up that $102 million will be provided subsequent to this part of the presentation. The next item breaks again that $684 million by, I should say this breaks it out by function. So what we see here is a total budget, again, of $684, and public safety makes up $186.4 million, or 27% of the budget. The largest function is public works of $226.8, which is close to a third of our total budget. The next largest function is what we call non-departmental. That's close to $100 million. That includes costs related to debt service, and also about $70 million of that really is transfers between other funds, often used to cover CIP or capital improvement projects. So now I'm going to really go in depth more with the general fund, our basic general operating activity fund, and where those funds are, how those funds are recorded. So this first slide, we talked about the specifics previously, but this is going to just look at it as a whole. So this shows that the general fund budget is $311 million. The largest of the revenue sources for the general fund are property taxes and sales tax revenue. You'll see there that sales tax, broken out here between the historic, what we call Bradley Burns, and the public safety and vital services measure, make up over 50% of our total general fund budget. And we have a property tax amount of $94.4 million, which makes up about a third of our budget for the fiscal year. I wanted to really reach back, looking at this compares actuals from 19 and 20, and then also our estimates for the upcoming, or this current fiscal year. One of the things we need to really be aware of is those are just estimates, but once the year closes, the fiscal year closes, we'll actually know what available funds we have, specifically in public safety and vital services. So we anticipate there will be additional appropriations of funds available to appropriate sometime in mid-year from public safety and vital services, but that number is not really known yet until the books close on the fiscal year. This breaks out that same chart in a pie chart, as you can see. And it shows here that over 80% of our revenues for the general fund are made up by those three sources, as I mentioned. That blue piece, the red piece, and the green piece make up over 80%, which is our property tax, our Bradley Burns tax, and our public safety and vital services measure tax. I was going to go in more depth into those larger revenue streams. This particular chart shows the property tax revenue over the last 15 years, and it breaks it out with the blue amounts are the actual amounts received since 2006-07, and then we have the orange amount, which is the projected revenue that we will receive by the end of the year, and then the green amount is our budgeted property tax for the upcoming fiscal year. The purple line shows the percentage increase or decrease between the years. So we'll see that there is some fluctuations. It's all based on the assessed values of residential, commercial, and personal property that we collect from the county. But you'll see there, starting in 13-14, after a slight dip, we've continued to have a significant, not a significant, but slight gradual continued increase since that year. It's the last 7 years, ranging between 2.5% to 5.5% each year. So we continue to expect those slight increases going into next fiscal year. This chart actually breaks down the property tax a little bit more, specifically for secured property, which is the land values of residential and commercial properties. And again, showing from fiscal year 2014-15 a gradual increase of that revenue stream over the last 7 years, and a continued increase expected upcoming fiscal year. Again, this is similar to the property tax chart we just showed. This shows the Bradley Burns, or the traditional 1% sales tax that we received over the last 15 years. This source of revenue is much more volatile than property taxes. As you can see, it immediately is affected by economic downturns and upswings each year. So in 2007, you'll see that continued drop during the Great Recession. And then we had a significant drop in 16-17. But then we've had a drop, again, because of because of the COVID pandemic, we had a decrease, again, of close to 5.5%. But we do anticipate continued increases in this particular revenue stream. We have been in close consultation with our sales tax consultants, and they continue to point to the fact in our history that we will continue to see these rises. So we see here that orange number is our revised estimate of Bradley Burns sales tax, and we anticipate a 5% increase from this last year. We can anticipate a 2.5%, or about a 2.5% increase in Bradley Burns for the upcoming fiscal year. This is a little bit different. This chart shows the public safety and vital services revenue, as we talked about briefly earlier. That 77.8 or 9 is what we anticipate for next year. And as you know, the public, the voters approved this particular measure in 2018, and so we only had one quarter of collections in the fiscal year 2018-19, and then we've had this gradual increase, as you see. Well, gradual, obviously, it was only one quarter in 18-19, but we've had a gradual increase from 19-20 forward of about 2 to 3% going, and then we anticipate a 1.5% increase from this upcoming fiscal year compared to this last year. So we continue to show, and our consultants continue to point to the fact that these revenue streams continue to look like they will continue to increase at that gradual level. Now we're going to go to the expenditure side of the ledger for the general fund. This specific chart shows the individual departments and their budgets of the $311 million compared to last year. You'll see here that the largest dollar increase is in the police department, the police services. It increased by $13.4 million. The largest percentage increase is the executive section, which includes the city clerk and the city manager's office. They had a 45.7% increase. Well, most of these increases are really related to increases in staffing in the general fund specifically. And then finally, we're going to break that same chart breaks out by percent the general fund appropriations. So what we see here is of the general fund, 42.5%, as was mentioned earlier, of the general fund is spent on police services. The next largest is our fire services of 16.2, and then we have public works close to 10%. Sure, Assistant City Manager Hewitt thought I went too quick, but he's going to come back and close this up.
Just a couple more slides, and then we'll wrap up. Wanted to touch upon our capital improvement program. This is a 5-year planning process, so although the council will be considering funding allocation for next fiscal year, our staff looks at the next 5 years to plan out the capital needs of the city. So what we'll show you in just a moment is what the 5-year plan looks like. However, what you're going to be considering as part of the budget adoption process this year is just 1 year. Those capital projects may be updated over that 5-year plan based upon the needs of the community, the regulatory climate, other unforeseen issues. And then we generally define a capital project as if it has a life or construction span of at least 3 years or more, or a monetary value of $20,000 or more. So with that, this is the 5-year plan. It totals about $271 million. Again, the out years, fiscal year 22, 23 through 25 through 26 are our planning years. So again, the council and the staff and the community have an understanding of what is being proposed. Again, those numbers could change. What we're really focused on for the purposes of the remainder of the slides that I have today is what is here proposed in fiscal year 21-22, which totals that $102.2 million. Again, some of this is redundant, but I have a bit more detail here. Again, we've got $60 million in some of those local right-of-way infrastructure projects. So we've highlighted a few of those here just to give you an idea of some of those major projects. In a lot of cases, funding for this types of street work either comes from federal or state funds, with local funds making up part of that as well. But several major rehabilitation projects across the city next year are proposed. Looking to continue to acquire property and program construction dollars for the Hageman Flyover, which is one of the last remaining pieces of the city's freeway modernization project, or the Thomas Roads Improvement Program. Looking again to add another $1 million to fund additional streetlight installations. I'm pleased to tell this group that at your next meeting, you'll be hearing from our Public Works Department on the outcome of that streetlight study. We already have $1 million in the budget in anticipation of needing to hit the ground running and installing streetlights. Once that study is done, this will add another $1 million. So we'll carry that first $1 million over. We'll start to use that, and then this is another $1 million to get at additional needs in those priority areas. And again, I know this one doesn't fall probably too high on the radar, but it's near and dear to my heart. We're really looking at upgrading our traffic signal system to be a bit more adaptive, to be a bit more smart in real time. And so this is a 3-phase project to do that, where we've received some outside funding, leveraging some state and federal funding for that. So real excited to be able to continue to get that project going. I mentioned the multi-use pass. I did want to highlight a few of those other projects that fall under the Public Works PSVS proposal that you'll see in a few more meetings. A complete streets project on Chester Avenue, 4th to Brundage, leveraging some great state grant dollars to get that work done. That's staff's proposal. Looking again to do some enhancements on Chester Avenue and on H Street. This will be some design funding to start to enhance those corridors as the Centennial Corridor is finished. H Street and Chester will become 2 primary corridors into downtown. So we really are trying to get a bit ahead of that in the design and the construction of those improvements. There's some Mill Creek Bollard improvements here in central Bakersfield. And then we get to those beautification projects on the freeway that we'll talk about a bit more detail. You can see one is proposed for the West Side Parkway, one for State Route 58 east of State Route 99. one for the Hosking interchange on the south part of the city, and then another project that's going to propose to update those larger monument signs you see on the north and south side of the freeway with more current branding and messaging. Local parks, $6 million. The Parks Department will certainly cover these in a bit more detail, but again, pleased to share with this group continued investment in our local parks across the city, including some facility needs assessments at both of the community centers, playground rehabilitation projects. We have 2 park reinvention projects, and then some improvements at both Jastrow and Jefferson parks, totaling nearly $750,000. A couple public safety projects, not a couple. In the fire department, they'll talk about it, quite a few different facility projects. Again, those are 24/7 facilities that they operate out of. A lot of this is making sure that those facilities stay in good shape, as well as some equipment acquisitions as well to maintain, in part, their Class 2 ISO rating. We are continuing to dip our toes into the mobile camera, security camera arena, and so this funding would provide some additional resources to be able to expand that program. I was going to say that Ms. Kitchen was going to provide you with an update on the economic development items when she comes up to talk, but we will have an update on those in about a month when that group does come up to discuss. But several large buckets of funding for revitalization, urban development, affordable housing. Please note what I have here is the $5 million that differs from the $6 million number I showed you 30 slides ago. The difference is this is from PSVS monies. There's an additional $1 million in federal monies that is also allocated to affordable housing to assist projects that will be proposed. Here's some other miscellaneous projects. I won't spend a lot of time on these. Some are repeats from earlier. We'll be happy to cover these in more detail as the departments come forward and have those discussions with you. All right, we're close to wrapping up here. Our budget process. So we're here tonight, May 5th. We've got a couple of workshops, both on the 10th and on the 7th here in this chambers, where our departments will actually be coming before you, talking about their budgets in detail. We do anticipate having a public hearing and then also adopting the budget. We're scheduled to adopt the budget at your regular meeting on June 16th, about 2 weeks earlier than normal, just because of the schedule this year. But nonetheless, we're moving towards that date. A little bit about the budget process. This budget presentation and all future budget presentations will be available on the city's website. The proposed budget book will be online, I believe, tomorrow morning. We are going to make that available. We'll have that in an email to you all, and then we will have printed copies here in the next couple of days. Those are at the printer, so we will be moving forward with those pretty quickly. Again, we also have our open budget platform, and that is a real-time look at revenues and expenditures for the city. That's available today. That'll be updated once this budget's adopted, but you can go on there today and take a look at all the different revenue sources, what the budget was, what the actuals are. Same on the expenditure side. You can drill down all the way to line items in department budgets to get a better idea of how taxpayer resources are being utilized. Last slide tonight, I just really wanted to highlight the budget team, and you see their names listed here. Department heads, all of our business managers, our budget managers, and really over the 1,700 or so staff members that make up the organization. A name that isn't on here that I did want to, again, recognize, Public Works Director, again, Nick Filler, as you know, will also be departing. He has continued, in my 10 years of doing the budget, played a very vital role from his, when I knew him as the operations manager out at the Courtyard, all the way up to now. So I just wanted to give him a quick shout out along with the rest of the team that helps put together this budget. We started it in January. We're here today finally to unveil it to you. I know I said I'd be quick, but I really appreciate the time today. This is a big lift by our team, and we're really pleased to present it to you. So happy to answer any questions or the next steps. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Clegg, any closing remarks?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And so at this time, we'll go to public for comments. Again, we have 15 minutes for each topic, and so I know there are many requests to speak, and we'll ask you to keep that in mind and just recognize that there are more speakers than time will allow, so just avoid being repetitive. Also, just a reminder that because of fire regulations, no one should be standing in the back at all, so we just ask that you always remain seated here or just go out in the lobby. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first public speaker?
Mayor Go, before I call the first public speaker, I would like to announce that we did receive a staff memorandum regarding this item, transmitting correspondence received after the publication of the agenda. Our first public speakers are Mandy DeShooter and Dalton Jones.
And just a reminder, when you come up to the mic, just adjust it to your level so that we can hear, please.
Hi, my name is Mandy DeShutter. I live here in Bakersfield, California, and I'm here today to urge the City Council to invest in the community, specifically by addressing the critical need for affordable housing and housing support. I don't think any of us need numbers and figures to know that the homeless situation in Kern has gotten much worse, but just to illustrate, the 2021 point in time report put forth recently by the Bakersfield Kern Regional Homeless Collaborative showed that from 2018 to 2021, the number of unsheltered individuals in our community has gone up from 370 to 1,581. That is a more than 400% increase in 3 years. That is a crisis, and it should shock all of you, it should shock all of us. I know the city gets complaints constantly about like tents and encampments all the time, but people all too easily forget that in each one of those tents is a human being, a community member, it's a neighbor, and they're being reduced to a tent in a park or most heartbreakingly to trash. I'm deeply concerned that by the breakdown of the proposed budget that the city is not addressing this with the level of urgency required, and that's why I'm urging the city to adopt the proposed 2021 budget from the People's Budget BACO. And I'll just read off some of the specifically pertaining to the housing and like homeless support asked from the People's Budget BACO. But there's a commitment to a homes guarantee for Bakersfield residents that includes intent to provide reparations to our Black residents and land back to Indigenous residents, utilizing land trusts to build affordable housing out of abandoned land and properties, reviewing housing element programs, using legal leverage to negotiate with the city if these have not been implemented and these programs are out of compliance with the law, investing in ongoing rental and mortgage assistance programs, and addressing owed rent when considering payment and budget amounts to prevent evictions and keep people in their homes. It's really hard to get off the streets once you're on the streets, so keeping people in their homes is of utmost importance. And also investing in a right to counsel program to protect and support tenants from eviction and unlawful detainer proceedings. And as it pertains to homeless services, we'd like a commitment by the city to review barriers and hindrances with current unhoused support organizations. We'd like a group of unhoused or formerly unhoused individuals to work with landlords to get housing units available at no cost up front, followed by low cost rent. And an investment in grassroots organizations who provide food, water, and hygiene supplies to unhoused people. These are all asked in the People's Budget BACO, and I urge you to adopt this for the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Just a reminder that there is no clapping or noise allowed during this meeting. Next speaker, please.
Dalton Jones. And the speaker following that is Emma De La Rosa.
Thank you. Welcome. Please
Hi, my
introduce
name is
yourself.
Dalton Jones. I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley and the People's Budget. I'm here to talk about Ask 7, which is the city giving reparations to their Black and Indigenous residents. I don't think anybody needs like a recap of what happened last year. COVID happened. Hella people died. A lot of those people are Black and Indigenous because who isn't cared about in this nation? Who isn't cared about in this city? Black people. I can look at every single person here, as well as Board of Supervisors, and there's no Black people here. That's purposeful. There's a reason why in the Blackest ward, in the historically Black ward, you're here, And also, you're my council member, and you ignore all the black people in your district repetitively. You just got here, but that's something that you've already done. You were my old council member, and you ignore every black person in Southwest Bakersfield because you only talk to the privileged people of Southwest Bakersfield. Bolthouse, and all the people who went to Stockdale High School, and all the annoying people who went to Stockdale High School. We don't know what you do. You take pictures. You are gentrifier. Me and Andre know each other, and we have a good conversations all the time about how we don't agree. But the reason why y'all owe people money is because you guys have made it literally. The Bakersfield City Council and the Bakersfield in general has made the lives of black people hell since we got here in the 1800s. The first black person came to Bakersfield in 1888. And since then, you guys have made our lives hell. You guys have put us in a neighborhood where you don't give a damn about us, where the only things you do, especially if you look at that budget you all just spent an hour wasting our time on, is surveilling us and policing us. That's all you do. You left people without a grocery store half the damn pandemic. You owe black people in this city money. Yeah, we're 5 to 7% of the population. Leave her alone. Stop bullying her. You, Karen Go, take pictures of black people because we're cute and we're fun and we're the culture. But just like we're the culture, you need to give us money and pay us for all the you take from us. So as we go about black and indigenous folks and we care about people and you give us Pride Month and you give us all these months and say you give a people, I need you to understand that all of you owe black people money. As we walk into this room, you should be giving us money because of all the trauma that you give us every single day. You literally you're gonna give the police $10 more million. You're gonna give the police so much more money, and they're directly going to give black people more trauma. And none of you are gonna have to deal with that. And when it happens when black people are shot in your district, when black people are shot in your district, and when black people are shot in your district and everyone else, you guys get to go to your houses and mind your business and not worry. I'm the one who has to worry about if your police officers are gonna put a gun to my face again. I'm the one who has to worry about that, not any of you, so get your together.
Mr. Jones, your time is up. Thank you. And Ms. Patel, I've already spoken to you about that once. That is not appropriate in the chamber. That's your warning.
Stop it, Karen.
Next person, please.
Emma De La Rosa, and following Emma De La Rosa, Brandy Woolsey.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma De La Rosa, Policy Advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. To begin, I do want to say, Ms. Patty Gray, I emailed you and I never received a response from your office. And that's an example of a lack of participatory budgeting and an example of lack of transparency. Our community members are reaching out. Our community members are just waiting to tell you what they need. We're all here to tell you what we need. And instead of listening to us, we're hiring researchers when really the experts are the people in the streets who are suffering. And, looking at this budget, $16.1 million was going to the multi-use pathways, right? How much money is going to the east side? $3 million for community revitalization and less than $1 million for MLK Park. That's only $4 million. Let's think about that. We all know how to compare and contrast, I'm sure, right? If you actually talk to your residents, you would know that our people are asking for food. Our people are having a hard time paying for the rent. Yes, we do have rental assistance, but guess what? Not everyone gets to apply due to landlords that are not willing to cooperate. We also have people who are waiting for unemployment and are not getting a response, and they're desperate for work. They're desperate for help, and no one's listening. Why are we not listening? Why are these meetings not accessible to people? There isn't any Spanish translation. I'm sure if asked or requested, maybe it would be provided, but it needs to be provided regardless, along with Punjabi, Tagalog, and any other Mixteco and indigenous languages that we need to provide. People live here, people pay taxes. People need to say exactly what they want, and you need to listen. We don't need to Google ideas on how to spend money. We are all here telling you how to spend the money. So please adopt the People's Budget BACO. Thank you.
Thank you. I've already given 2 warnings about this snapping. It is disruptive to the meeting, and if there's another one, I'm going to have to take action and ask the police to escort you out because it is disruptive to our meeting. Next person, please. Next public speaker.
Brandy Woolsey and
That needs to
Arianda
stop. It's
Boatwright.
disrupting our meeting. Go ahead. Ms. Patel? Go ahead and call the next public speaker. We're trying to listen to the public speakers. Go ahead and call Madam Clerk.
Brandy Woolsey and Arianda Boatwright.
Go ahead and call the next one.
Jessica Rios.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Jessica Rios, and I'm here today with the People's Budget, and I want to ask you, the city, to please consider the People's Budget for education and youth development services. We're asking for $60 million, which is 19% of funds, to be invested to provide social and emotional support and mental health resources for youth of color. We want to invest in child care services for communities of color, and we want to provide trauma-informed training for teachers. And as an educator, I see the desperate need for the budget of these services to be increased so that Black, Indigenous students of color in Bakersfield can have the support they need to live a healthy life. Schools don't have the budget that they need to provide better access to mental health services for young people. There's one counselor for an entire school. Students are struggling, especially from this pandemic, and they're also struggling because they're traumatized because of the poverty, violence that they experience in their community. And top this off with teachers who don't understand how to work with traumatized young people, it leads to criminalized students. I see it happen often in our schools. I've seen this happen since I was a student in our local schools, and I continue to see it as an educator. City Council, Mayor Go, you are part of Garden Pathways, so I hope that you understand the situation about trauma and that you all use your power to give $60 million to help our students who need it the most. Give our young people the funding that they need to be successful citizens, as opposed to the constant defunding of education, which often contributes to the criminalization of our youth. This is not my personal request, just like the city's proposed budget, that's their own personal request, but this is a request of students for our community who need it the most. I'm here to speak for them who couldn't make it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. Next speaker, please.
Jared Haig. Plug.
Hello, my name is Jared Haug. I am a professor at CSUB. I'm also a member of the People's Budget Bakersfield. I am not here tonight interested in community collaboration with the deadliest police force in the country. You can't have community collaboration without community trust. And the BPD, Kern County Sheriff's Office, continually terrorize Black, brown, and Indigenous neighborhoods in this community. Stop giving the people's money to the deadliest cops in the nation and start giving it to the neighborhoods that need it the most.
Thank you, Mr. Haug. Next speaker, please.
Amanita Salazar.
Ms. Salazar, are you here? I don't see her, so next person, please.
Dipenpreet Kaur.
Hello.
Ms. Kaur, please lower the mic. Thank you.
I want y'all to fully adopt, support, and implement the Bakersfield People's Budget. I wholeheartedly believe their budget is the best approach to begin building equity in our neighborhoods across Bakersfield. I want to share a quote by abolitionist leader Angela Davis. "Prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings." In a similar sense, BPD, a police department named as one of the most violent, deadliest
forces in America do not solve Bakersfield's problems or the problems that Bakersfield residents are dealing with. This was noted back in 2015. So I want to ask, what solutions has BPD offered besides anti-Blackness and murders of our community members? None. So then that tells us what? We need to get more creative with our problem solutions in Bakersfield. How can y'all begin to reimagine how to create solutions for Bakersfield's status quo problems? There's a murderer outside who's still employed, and employed for what? To protect y'all and rich people's property in Southwest Bakersfield. Bruce Freeman, you don't answer emails. I do want to say that too. So can we move beyond protecting property and start protecting people? And if that's the case, then why are we allocating 42% of this budget to killer cops and increasing BPD budget by 11%? The rainy day budget y'all mentioned that took years to meet, or that was supposed to take years to meet, but y'all initially met it years early. Congratulations, our rainy days today. What are y'all doing with that money that's locked up? Can y'all not lock it up and give it to people who need the funds? Who need them now? And this has been stated. Y'all don't want to listen. There is relief that needs to be provided. It's very delayed. Community members deserve this relief. How is adding 45 cops going to combat current issues? Let me ask that. Anybody have an answer? Because there is no answer. They don't create solutions, right? They kill people. They get rid of people. So I want to know, do y'all do your homework? Who is like a Black abolitionist author y'all have even engaged with when making informed budgeting decisions? Have y'all done the work? When are y'all going to open a book? Do you even know who Angela Davis is? Do you know any other abolitionist writer who talks about why a police system that has been created because of slavery and to continuously criminalize Black people, there is no reform for something like that, and we see that in Bakersfield. So I urge y'all to please adopt definitely not BPD, take away from them. People's Budget Bakersfield, because they're the only ones whose budget is actually reflective of the community's needs and actually gives
Thank you,
y'all
Ms. Carr.
steps to work towards that. So get
Thank
with
you.
the program.
Madam Clerk, the next speaker. We have a minute and 16 seconds left for this. For those of you who didn't get an opportunity to speak tonight, you're welcome to submit your comments in writing or come back to a subsequent meeting. So, Madam Clerk, please call the next speaker.
Sophia Nuno.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Alrighty, hello, my name is Sophia Nuno. I've been a resident of Bakersfield, California for 21 years now, and I am in support for the People's Budget. I don't know if you guys know how silly and goofy, for lack of a better word, dumb you guys look up here, acting like you don't know what's going on, acting like you don't know what we're talking about, acting like the People's Budget wouldn't help our community so much more than your guys' own, lack of a better word, selfish one. You guys love to go back to your homes, whatever nice side of town you live on, and pretend like it's all well. You have so much privilege that you choose to use it selfishly. How many of you are Christian? It's a genuine question. How many of you believe in God and the Word? I would like to see hands.
We don't
No
do that,
hands.
so go ahead and finish your comments.
Okay. Sure. But I know you guys like to use the title, right, to make yourselves look better, right? Yeah. You know that if you're a true follower of Jesus, what would you do? Do you actually know what Jesus actually stood for and preached for? For the people. These people, the people of our grassroots organizations in Bakersfield, have been doing that exact work that whatever God you choose to believe in has called us upon to do as people. To be a community, to support one
Ms.
another.
Nuno, your time is up. Just go ahead and wrap up your last
Okay,
sentence.
but you just
please.
sit back and turn the other way while people are dying and suffering, and that is on all of you, every single one of you. That is all on you, and I hope you go home and realize that.
Thank you.
You have
Time
the
is
power to
up.
make a change, even in small
Ms. Nuno,
changes, that
your
can
time
make
is
things
up.
to make it a little bit better for your community.
Ms. Nuno, Your time is up. Thank
They
you.
done the work for you, so listen to them, okay? For free.
Ms.
For
Nuno,
free, they've done your
I'm
work.
asking you
So take
to
their,
sit down.
So take their
Thank
budget,
you.
okay?
Madam Clerk, so this ends this portion of it. Colleagues, do we have requests to speak?
I mean, Madam, respectfully, I didn't get to make my comments, but I do have written copies I'd like to.
Go ahead,
submit to the
Mr. Tower, and give them to the clerk. Thank you. And colleagues, now, do we have any requests to speak? I don't see any requests to speak. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Clegg or Assistant City Manager Chris Hewitt, if we could get some additional information on what the Measure End Committee's perspective and comments were in rejecting the beatification efforts on the 58 and 99, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Any other requests to speak? Seeing none? Go ahead.
Mayor, I was hoping we could
Oh,
get.
I'm sorry.
We could get a response right now.
Councilmember Arias, through the chair, City Council, the comments that were made at the Oversight Committee will be provided to you in writing as well, but I think the Public Works budget, there was general support for most of the items. The highway-related items, some of the comments were reflective of considering some of the challenges in some of our local parks and the Kern River Parkway, that they may be more immediate challenges, that there's actually support for the concept of our corridor enhancements because they are an entryway into the city and they do require maintenance and they do reflect on the community, but maybe from a prioritization and timing standpoint, that they are perhaps projects that we consider in future years and in this coming year consider projects that address some of the challenges around our local parks and homelessness and some of those other priorities.
Fantastic. Thank you, Christian. I do appreciate that. You know, I was privileged over this past week to engage a couple of the committee members and discuss that very vote that they took to reject. I think it was about $5.5 million for the beatification efforts there on the 58 and the 99. And some of their comments were, you know, pretty similar to some of the comments that were shared by the public tonight. And it's that there are some very real challenges that, you know, some of our most vulnerable community members, whether that be families, homeless individuals, our youth. And I think that, you know, on a very real level, we need to, not saying that we haven't in the past, but continue to aggressively address some of those challenges throughout our community, whether that be homelessness and building more affordable housing units and multifamily complexes throughout the city, addressing the issues on the Kern River Parkway. I know that we've made a significant and substantial and notable investment in community revitalization, but I think we could do even more. And so I don't know what the will of the council is or what the will of my colleagues is here on the dais, but I would like to ask if the city manager's office can come back to this body with some additional options for that money to be invested and address some of those urgent community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Other requests to speak, colleagues? I don't see any other. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just agree with Councilman Arias that I would take the Oversight Committee's lead, and perhaps we have more urgent needs. I agree those freeway work needs to be done, but perhaps now's the time to look, and I've mentioned before, you know, the Parkway looks like a dump instead of a park, and if we need another rapid response team or whatever we need to do to you know, clean up and address those other needs would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. See any other request to speak? Vice Mayor?
Motion to receive and file.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes. Since we're all present, we can go ahead and just vote on your buttons.
Motion is unanimously approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent calendar items 8A through 8AD for approval.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I move approval of item 8A through 8AD with the exception of 8V.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. And now, Vice Mayor, on 8V.
Thank you, Mayor. When I was reviewing the admin report on this, it seemed like it is losing much of the detail that goes into these projects. Like, it doesn't tell us the original contract amount. It doesn't tell us the additions to date. It's just losing that, and I'm wondering if we can't get that information back in these admin reports.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we can.
And could you send that out to us in an email or however, what it is on this very item?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Move approval of item 8V.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. Our next item is public hearings. Each side will be allowed 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes for all speakers per side. So it's important that you identify yourself, make your statements succinctly so others may speak. We'll hear statements first from those opposed to staff's recommendation. Then we'll hear from those who wish to speak in favor of staff's recommendation. If there's testimony on both sides, each side will be allowed a 5-minute rebuttal. There's a clock on the TV screens behind me which indicates the time remaining. Please step to the microphone, identify yourself, and after 14 minutes, a yellow light will come on. At the end of 15 minutes, a red light will flash, indicating your time is up, and quickly end your statement. You may ask your questions during the statement, but they won't be addressed until the public hearing is closed. If you have written statements, written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, please give those to the clerk. She'll give copies to the council. Please be courteous to others who wish to speak. There's a strict 15-minute time limit per side, so please be concise and avoid repeating the remarks of previous speakers. Madam Clerk, please read the first public hearing item.
Fiscal year 21-22 action plan.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'll just make some brief comments related to this item. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'll just make some brief comments related to... Thank you, City Clerk. So our annual action plan is something that we bring forward each year to spend federal entitlement dollars This particular plan was reviewed by the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate $6.5 million towards those CDBG projects, home programs, ESG funding, and so forth. These are the types of funds that fund curb, gutter, and sidewalk in our disadvantaged neighborhoods. There are some improvements to parks and pool facilities included. The Bakersfield Senior Center is also included, as well as maintaining some of our programs like Section 108 loan program, our new construction assistance, street outreach and homeless shelter operations, and tenant-based rental assistance. As I mentioned already, this has gone to the Budget and Finance Committee for review, and there was a recommendation to bring to full council these funding allocations for the $6.5 million for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing. How many people would like to speak in opposition to staff's recommendation? Seeing none, how many would like to speak in favor of staff's recommendation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action. Colleagues, are there any requests to speak? I don't see any requests to speak. Vice Mayor.
Move approval of hearing item 10A.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. And next item, please.
Public hearing item 10B. Public hearing to consider adoption of resolution concerning an appeal by Monbatten homeowners regarding Planning Commission's approval of tentative tract map 7383 to subdivide 26.8 acres, 08 acres into 24 single-family residential lots. The City Clerk's office received a staff memorandum regarding item 10B. After preparation of the agenda, staff concluded additional time is necessary to review options submitted by the appellant, Monbatten Place homeowners. Continuing this item for 4 weeks will provide sufficient time for the applicant and staff to determine feasibility of any design modifications for compliance with city development standards thereof. Therefore, staff is requesting the hearing be opened and continued to the June 2nd City Council meeting. An additional staff memorandum was received transmitting correspondence from Cheryl Blumel and Primavera Bayshore.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. To summarize the statement I just read, we're requesting to continue this item for additional staff analysis and engagement with the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. While the public may give public comment, we ask that comments be reserved to the rescheduled meeting date of June 2nd, 2021. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak tonight instead of on June 2nd? Seeing none, I'll continue the public hearing for the rescheduled meeting date of June 2nd, 2021. Councilmember Smith, this is in your ward. Would you like to make a motion for continuing? Wrong ward. Sorry, wrong ward.
It is
It's
my
in-
ward. No, you're correct. It is my ward.
It's in your ward, yeah.
I would make the motion for continuance.
You have a motion? Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearing item 10C. Public hearing to consider resolution adopting fees pursuant to the cost recovery system master fee schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Randy McKeegan, Finance Director, will speak to this item.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Randy McKeegan, Finance Director. This public hearing before you tonight is connected to the cost recovery system and the associated master fee schedule established by Council and periodically updated through resolution. State law requires and the municipal code requires that the public hearings like this are held before any fees are increased. Municipal code also states that fees are to be reviewed at least every 2 years with the intent to ensure that the costs incurred are reasonably covering the services and related product that city staff provide. This last full review of the master fee schedule occurred in March of 2019. Due to the COVID pandemic, the city delayed an update that was planned in May of 2020 for a full year. That delay was intended to eliminate the possible negative impacts of increases to local residents and businesses due to the economic uncertainty at the time. Though the negative impacts and the health impacts of COVID are beginning to wane in on the downturn, the city is still not initiating a full cost recovery review, but instead has done in prior years, initiating a across-the-board cost of living increase based on the Consumer Price Index, which as of December was 1.5%. There were some changes beyond that 1.5% that are identified and delineated in the administrative report that accompanies this item. This includes continuation of tiered increases by the Development Services Department and the Fire Department. These were going to go over 3 years, and that second phase was actually delayed last year when we postponed the increase. So those are moving forward or requested to be moved forward. We also have some aquatic fees. Those fees were calculated as being not adequate to recover actual costs last year. We made those decisions to actually withhold that as well. So we're moving forward with those aquatic fees adjustments as well. So at the close of this public hearing and the accompanying resolution, if it is approved, the increase in these fees will take place or actually become effective August 1st of 2021. So I'm available for questions before you open this public hearing or afterwards if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. McKeegan. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. How many people would like to speak in opposition to staff's recommendation? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak in support or favor of staff's recommendation? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action. Council members, are there any requests to speak? Seeing none, Vice Mayor.
I move approval of 10C.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
New business item 13A. Housing Element Annual Progress Report for calendar year 2020.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chris Boyle, Development Services Director, will provide will speak to this item.
Welcome, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor Go. Council, it's a pleasure to be here. I think the word for the day will be brevity, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure to be here to talk about an annual housing progress report for our housing element from 2020. The format will be really 2 segments. We'll first talk about the information that we've provided to HCD as it relates to the annual housing progress report, and then topical to some of the comments from the public today, we'll also give you a background on the status of affordable housing projects that we're able to report in the last cycle, and as well as progress reports on development that's occurring right now. You might recall last April, the numbers that we reported were 3 very low, 13 low, and 13 moderate income units that we could count towards satisfying affordable housing requirements per our regional housing needs allocation. And I believe I said something affected that we were going to, we had 184 units on the docket that we should be able to report for this calendar year. I'm really pleased to report that actually we reported to HCD a total of 239 affordable housing units, and included in those were 192 units for very low income residents. That, in essence, is more than all of the very low income units that we've been able to report over the entire fifth cycle for our housing element. So the efforts, I want to champion the efforts of our Economic and Community Development Division or Department today, and their collaborative efforts with Development Services in bringing meaningful, affordable housing opportunities to the city of Bakersfield. But when I stop in, since this is a report on our annual housing report to HCD and our performance within our RHNA, if I look at it overall, I'm not going to try and fool anybody with the data. We have about 16% of our very low regional housing needs allocation accounted for. If we were able to do that every year, 192 very low units, every year for 8 years, which really is a statement in terms of the challenge of satisfying our allocations. Even when we're able to provide 192 units, if we could have done that over and over again, we still would have only provided 16% of the 9,706 units that were assigned to us during the fifth cycle. In terms of just our above moderate, our market rate homes, we averaged over the period, although we've averaged more in the last 2 years, we averaged over the period 898 units over the last 8 years, and that's 50% of our RHNA trend line. So when we look towards ending fifth cycle data, we will have provided 50%, even for market rate housing. We are challenged to generate more housing within the city of Bakersfield, and that said, if you look at the total housing production over the reporting period for the last 8 years, we have provided about 33% of our regional housing needs allocations. So we're going, I have a telephone call to make tomorrow as it relates to being a participant in the selection of a consultant who will look to assign our sixth cycle regional housing needs allocation numbers, and we hope to be a participant in the selection of that consultant, and we'll look to collaborate with Kern Cog in how those numbers are assigned. Whereas in the past, and I noted last year, whereas in the past, the needs or the importance of making RHNA maybe wasn't as poignant as it is today. It's ever more important today that we have fair and equitable RHNA moving forward into our sixth cycle housing element. In terms of Table D and our goals, we satisfied 2 of the goals that we had pending in terms of adopting supportive and transitional housing definitions, as well as our reasonable accommodations ordinance. And so we really are current in terms of our ongoing goals and some of the goals that we had pending. Let's look at some of those housing projects, and I'll wrap it up. So these are some of the projects that are under construction or finished that were allowed to be counted in our annual progress report that went to HCD on April 1. First one is the residents of East Hills. That's about 81 units, and there's about $2.25 million in home funds attached to that project. This is a Housing Authority of County of Kern, a HAC project, and presently it's coming out of the ground strong. It's the original imagery envisioned a 1-story project. This is a 2-story project today, and we're very pleased with the progress on this project. It should final out this year. Some affordable housing infill program are some of the units that were counted, and this is a Housing Authority of the County of Kern project as well. And in this case, the city provided $1.7 million of PSVS funding towards the development of 28 units. These are 4plexes that are placed on vacant infill lots within the city. So in this case, this is on Orange Street. You saw this image last year. This program continues to develop on vacant parcels within the built environment of the city. Here's 8 units, 2 2 fourplexes that are being built on Sunny Lane. Those were counted. There's a graphic of the interior of those showing a good quality construction throughout. Part of Project Home Key, not Room Key per my presentation, my apologies, has been the rehabilitation of underutilized hotels and motels in the city. The city isn't a participant in terms of funding here, but the city benefits in terms of being able to count those units towards our regional housing need allocation. There's a before and after picture here, the Tropicana Hotel on Union, and today. They're not fully housed on this particular project, but the units count because building permits were pulled and the like. But to my knowledge, 10 units are filled and occupied, and funding is being secured for the rehabilitation of the remaining rooms. Another hotel that also is part of Project Home Key was the Comfort Inn, or the Vagabond Inn on Chester, 1301 Chester Avenue. That's 51 units of very low housing, and this is fully occupied today. So overall, there's the look at the numbers for our 2020 annual progress report and where those units are, how those units are assigned, and where they've been being developed or are being developed in the city at this point in juncture. We're very pleased with progress. Remember that was for 2 years of housing. I felt we could get 184 units based on where we were at that time. So it really has been a heavy lift on the part of staff in identifying funding resources, and then utilizing those resources and partnering with developers, other agencies, and making these units come to a reality. Upcoming projects that will be counted on next year includes 12 more units of that affordable housing infill program that's administered through HAC and supported by PSVS dollars. There's a 6th Street apartment complex with probably 41 one-unit affordable housing, 41 bedroom units of affordable housing. There is a recently approved Sagewood Apartments on Berkshire and Stein that provides 72 units of affordable housing in 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Has been approved. I believe we have submittals for building permit along those lines. It's not been counted. It should be counted for next year's numbers. There's 22nd Street Lofts, which include 20 units of low-income housing. Council committed about $1.6 million in home and NSP funds on this over the last year. And then there's also the Renaissance at Baker, which is on the vacant city property at Baker Street and Kentucky Street. That's an 84-unit project. This is its final conceptual drawings. That draws upon multiple funding streams in home funds and the like. This is a partnership with Cesar Chavez Foundation, and I believe it's also the subject property for a city application for the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Grant Program. So we're still assembling funding into this very worthy project. In total, I have 247 total units in the works right now that we're hopeful will reach a place where they will be counted in our 2021 annual project report. And I call that really meaningful momentum as we move forward. We're delivering on the promises and not settling for A-OK. We're continuing forward in trying to generate affordable housing using all the resources that have made available. A couple of last slides that are topical to this presentation. Recently, the state passed pro-housing policies. Why are they topical to this conversation? Well, pro-housing policies are policies that, if the city can satisfy these policies, the Department of Housing and Community Development can classify a city as a pro-housing city and provide additional grading points in competitive grants. This is a good thing if we can do the things necessary to become a pro-housing city and satisfy these pro-housing policies. And quite frankly, we're well on our way into satisfying many of these policies. We are actively using our SP2 grant to develop an affordable housing trust fund. We have adopted accessory dwelling unit ordinances. We are working towards reduction of permit processing time. We'll be going live with online permitting here shortly. And, we're quick right now just with hands and feet at computer screens. We're really expecting to be able to deliver an even faster turnaround time to our clients in terms of being able to process permits and keep dust in the air. Tomorrow at Planning and Development, we'll be looking at objective development standards and looking for direction from the P&D committee, moving forward with Councilmember Parlier's referral. And through PLHA, I know that the Economic and Community Development Department, partnering with the City Manager's Office, is looking for ways where we might provide incentives that would result in reductions in development impact fees through that Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So there's a lot going on right now in terms of creating a pro-housing climate and a pro-housing designation from HCD. You'll also be seeing the city move forward with the selection of a consultant for the housing element update, which we will start purposefully in probably the next quarter of the year. We've extended our request for proposals period pending additional submittals. But when you look at that, this is just the housing bills that were adopted by Sacramento in 2017. And the housing element is going to have to be reflective of a lot of housing-related bills that come out of the housing crisis and Sacramento's response to that. It's a heavy lift. We want to make sure we come out of our upcoming housing element update with a document that will ultimately work and produce the types of results that are beneficial to the citizens of Bakersfield. That completes my presentation. I think that's a concise, if not brief, summary of where we are with our annual housing element and a report to council, as well as a good synopsis of affordable housing projects, both as reported in 2020 and as in the works currently. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Before we go to council for comments, Mr. Clegg, do you have any concluding comments?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, colleagues, are there any requests to speak?
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. And now, Vice Mayor.
I move to receive and file item 13A.
Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
New business item 13B, Bakersfield Southern Pacific Station.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. On this item, it was a cross-functional, multiple department a review of this concept, and so I'll be presenting on this item. Before I dig into the details of the presentation, I just would reflect that we wanted to provide information in the admin report about some of the anticipated costs and likely items for council to consider in taking on this initiative, but we're not asking council to approve those funds and those specific expenditures tonight. But we wanted it to be an eyes wide open decision, and so we reflected some of those costs. What we're asking tonight is for direction on whether we go and negotiate with the Union Pacific Railroad related to an agreement to maintain this property over this next year. Just for the public record, we included some meaningful history related to the Sumner Station that's there in the public record, and I'm not going to walk through all of this, but clearly a historic facility and was formerly a train station and hotel. It's been remodeled and did provide passenger service for some time, but for many years now it has been used as a maintenance yard and office space. Recently, staff toured the facility with Union Pacific to take a look at some of the conditions there. The exterior does have those very unique architectural characteristics. The interior has been remodeled is a fairly aged interior and would require significant renovation for reuse. There have been challenges related to break-ins and vandalism. There are some, and we'll speak to these in a moment, there are some challenges with the current condition that if the city's in a maintenance role, we may want to consider doing some work on roof, gutter, windows, and entryways to help us to better maintain the facility for future redevelopment. Some of the likely costs for those on the roof, you can see there's $30,000 to $60,000. A more full eventual roof replacement may be more costly, but this would at least keep the property from getting into worse condition with an initial patching or repairs. The windows are also unique and historic, which is a great thing about the property. But also because of that design, repairs to the windows could be quite costly. But one of the challenges with boarding up the windows, as you see in these photos, is it does not completely keep out water damage. And so there may be consideration in trying to do something different with the windows to keep the property from getting into further disrepair. Also, the entryways are less expensive, but probably very important, as it has been in a site that has seen break-ins, and making those more secure would help with the city being in a maintenance responsibility for the property. More on the operating side, we really look at this as a site that is vulnerable, and so private security, installation of a surveillance system, potentially looking at the perimeter fencing, although there is existing perimeter fencing there. And then we would negotiate some of these points, but there may be costs related to utilities or the lease from the railroad, but there may not be if we can negotiate favorable terms there. Just to reflect on what it would take to do this project, there are significant repairs throughout the building to most of the systems there. There's some deferred maintenance, probably some retrofitting, and so we think a rough estimate is that this is probably a $5 to $10 million renovation that the private sector we would look to bring forward concepts or proposals. The idea of the city taking over maintenance over this next year is to keep it from being demolished while some feasibility can be done and seek out some of that private development. Part of what could happen in this next year is taking a look at that private sector interest and potential market assessment of the site. And wanted to just reflect on some of the projects that have been done in other areas. You heard some in public comment tonight, but these are a couple of other examples there. And then wanted to reflect that, with that potential private redevelopment, there are redevelopment funds through either EOA or through urban renewal or property acquisition funds that are budgeted that could be a consideration for council in helping a project come together that was proposed by a private developer. Just a couple of factors ultimately to consider is that this project is actually on Union Pacific land, and they would be looking to only lease the land but sell the property itself. And so there are some conditions on which a private redevelopment would have to consider making those investments if they can acquire a long-term lease, and taking into consideration some of the conditions around that area, being next to a rail line, and some of the requirements that the railroad may have for a long-term lease. Again, we wanted to be conservative in just sharing that there are some costs that can be considered and some costs that would help with the long-term deferred maintenance there. But as I've shared previously with council, I think looking at a range of $50,000 to $100,000 just to maintain the facility is likely with some of those other capital projects as considerations if we're trying to keep the building from going into further disrepair. So what we have laid out are two options tonight for City Council. We can receive direction to move forward in at least exploring negotiation with the railroad to forestall the demolition, and the other is to take no action. With that, we'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Clegg, for the presentation tonight, and thank you to all of the staff who have been involved in this effort and having initial conversations with Union Pacific. Throughout the last month and a half, I've had an opportunity, colleagues, to speak with a number of community residents who have expressed to me how much this station, this depot means to them. And many people have very personal stories about relatives who have worked at this station when it was a passenger depot, when their families or grandparents or ancestors have come into Bakersfield through this train depot. And many people have remarked that this is one of our very few historic sites that we have in our community. And I think we can all agree upon that it is a treasure and has been an asset for us in our community. We've heard tonight, and we've heard several folks in the past comment how we've lost many of our historic structures, either through the 1952 earthquake or through private development. We unfortunately have lost many of our treasured buildings and part of our history. But I think what's more important and compelling for me is to point out some of the good examples of where our community has been able to save historic structures, and where community members and city leaders in our past have been able to work together to preserve buildings that have meant so much to us. The Fox Theater is a good example of that, where community members rallied together, raised the dollars, and saved that structure. And now it's a great anchor for downtown Bakersfield. The Padre Hotel is another good example, where a private developer came in and reimagined what that facility could be. And yes, the city of Bakersfield partnered and contributed over $1 million for furnishings to make that project happen. But those are some good examples of how we have been able to celebrate our history and modernize it and utilize those buildings for today's use. And in that same spirit, I'm hoping that we can move forward and authorize the city manager to negotiate this 12-month lease. I think there are opportunities for us here. We've seen examples both locally and also in other places. Anaheim Packing District was mentioned today. I've had conversations with folks in Tucson who have been able to save their train depot and utilize it along with private development, been able to use it for a restaurant and many different other private sector services. David Coffey was here tonight. He and I have had conversations with private developers in Southern California to talk about their interest in developing this depot. So there are opportunities there available to us, but we need some time. We need a year to pursue these options, and I'm asking my colleagues here tonight to approve this authorization. And I know the big question is, how do we pay for this? And I wanted to ask Mr. Clegg about the urban renewal funds, because this is a special fund that is through PSVS that are dollars that have already been allocated. So in the first year of PSVS, we allocated $1.2 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the second year, another 1.2.
Correct.
And it's my understanding that those dollars, while allocated, have not been spent yet, or they have not been encumbered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we have $2.4 million in urban renewal dollars that are intended to preserve buildings and work on adaptive reuse projects in our urban core. And here we have a historic structure that needs saving. My hope is that we can pursue this tonight. And with that, I'd like to make the motion that we authorize the city manager to negotiate a 12-month lease with Union Pacific and move forward with the necessary improvements and agreements to maintain the property for the negotiated lease period. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Freeman.
Well, I have had conversations with Mr. Clegg, and I think a little bit with Councilman Gonzalez on the desire to buy time and to see if the building can be rehabbed by a private sector developer. And in the conversations, I thought I don't think we should pay the Southern Pacific anything. Myself, our dollars would need to go to protecting, maintaining the building. However, the budgeted items here to me look pretty excessive. You know, if I owned this building, if this was out of your pocket, all of a sudden there'd be a good chain link fence. We might be leasing it, not buying it, not putting up an iron fence that isn't worth anything to us a year from now if we can't figure out what to do with it. I wouldn't spend $100,000 on a security system. I would do this on $100,000 sounds like a lot of money. I can support spending $100,000 of our city's funds to preserve the opportunity, especially this added up, I think, $500,000. We just had people talk about how much the needs in this for rent assistance, for all these other things in this community are, and I just can't conscience personally spending more than $100,000 of money that comes out of this, not some grant, but city taxpayer funds. I think that would be very generous. So I just want to register. I can support something that has reasonable limits on it, but something where we're talking hundreds of thousands on, I'd say, 50-50 chance of saving the building. With all the needs in our community that we heard about tonight, that's kind of hard for me. So that's
Thank you,
all I'll say at the
Councilmember.
moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Arias.
One, I just want to say thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Gonzalez, and city staff for doing their due diligence on this potential project and an issue and engaging with the community. I know there's been a lot of public support for the city's involvement in this particular project. I did have a quick question. If we were to engage with Union Pacific and purchase for however many dollars are negotiated to purchase that building, what happens if the 12 months elapses and negotiations fall through with any private developer? What happens in that instance? What are our options if nobody goes in and develops that?
Councilmember Arias, one of the realities of purchasing a property as a city is that the state has increased the process steps for then declaring a property surplus and putting it back out to public use. That is one of the reasons that we're actually not recommending the city purchase this property, but rather enter into a lease to just maintain it for the 12-month period. I think, but to answer a different part of the question, even if the city were to go in and maintain this for 12 months and no development came forward, then the city would no longer be obligated to maintain it. The maintenance requirements would go back to the railroad. And my expectation is that the railroad would likely move forward with demolition of the building because they don't want to reinvest and pay those maintenance costs. I think we could, reevaluate as we get closer to that 12-month period, but it would go back to the railroad.
So while I appreciate and acknowledge the historic nature of this facility, I do want us to be, conscientious of what I would consider a liability when it comes to the needed improvements and investments to secure the facility. I think, I've had conversations with my colleagues about a very similar project right there in Ward 1 with the African American Veterans Center. There were a lot of improvements that were needed to improve and protect the structure there, but the county was uninterested in reducing the price that they were asking for. And so, in a similar vein to what Councilmember Freeman was speaking to, I would just like us to absolutely do what we can to reduce that cost when we're engaging with Union Pacific, if that's the will of the council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. I took the time to drive by and really look at that building a couple of weeks ago. And I have to say, I did really appreciate the architecture of it, and I can understand why the community, especially in Old Kern, wants to preserve that building. I am in favor of taking on that for a year, but not to excessively pour money into it, into something that we don't even know if we're going to have 12 months from now. And I think if we do vote to talk to the railroad, negotiate, we've got to use some common sense on this, because we've heard a lot of needs tonight. And some are legitimate that we heard and some aren't. But I think this is an area that we've really got to use some common sense on and not let our emotions get so deep into it. I talked to one of my constituents about this because he was actually a customer of ours, and he said, I want to talk to you about the railroad station. I really want to see that preserved. And I said, I would love to see it preserved too. But to be able to renovate that building is millions of dollars. Are you willing to pour millions of taxpayer dollars into that? And he said, oh, no, I didn't realize that. So where do people think all this money comes from? So I think we've got to be careful. I am very much in favor of if a private investor wants to come in and do like a boutique winery or something like. I could see something like that, Councilman Gonzalez. I just think that would be awesome. But we as a city cannot take on the liability and overinvest in something like this, because, again, whoever the investor is that steps forward, they're not going to own the property. They're only going to own a building. And to find somebody that's willing to put $5 to $10 million into an investment like that's not going to be easy to find. But I would be in favor of that 12 months. But we'd have to. My heart would say we got to find a private investor. That's all there is to it. So anyway, I appreciate you bringing this forward and making, because it is a wonderful building. But we got to use some common sense too.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a wonderful building, but I think more than that, it's the opportunity for economic development, for jobs, for income for the city in the long run. I mean, that's the opportunist developer in me, I guess, looking to the future, and it's hard for me to visualize that area being successful and being redeveloped without that station. It really is the anchor, as Councilmember Gray mentioned. Maybe it's wine. The guy came. Maybe it's a brewery. Maybe it's restaurant. There's food court. There's a lot of opportunities. And to your comment about the lease, many projects are done with long-term leases. It's a 50-year lease or something that could work. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm excited about going forward and finding the right developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Are there any other requests to speak? Councilmember Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So what is it if we lease this, which I'm not sure I'm in favor of, if we lease this, how can we keep the cost down maybe 50,000 to 50,000 bucks?
Councilmember or Vice Mayor, we're a big driver on the cost is our ability to do monitoring at the site. We have another location, the community house, which is in Mill Creek in Central Park, that we have been maintaining since the senior center vacated that location towards the beginning of the pandemic. And we have expended significant staff time in responding to alarms there and having to go back and board up windows because folks have broken into that facility. Often the homeless individuals have gotten into the community house, and it has been a significant drain on staff time. So part of the analysis that we've done on wanting to have a security alarm there at $3,000 per month and having a monitoring system, and that's partly it is hardware, but partly it's to have someone to go out and respond to it. It's people to go and respond to those alarms or alerts that someone has gotten into the facility. And we really don't have staff capacity at this point to take that on in-house through our real property because we're stretched so thin there with some of these other properties that we're maintaining. And this, again, is a larger facility in a location that is likely to see a lot of that type of traffic. So we can take a hard look at the costs, but we wanted to be upfront that we think it's going to be a significant pull on resources, and so for both the security and the monitoring, there are those costs. And I would just remind the council that, again, tonight we're not setting that dollar amount. Tonight would be to go and it would authorize us to negotiate some terms with the railroad, and we'd have to come back to council with specific requests for authorization to do security and monitoring and site hardening. Those would have to come back, and I clearly hear feedback tonight. There's an interest in reducing those costs as much as possible, but I think in fairness, to do it well, to resource it, to be able to monitor it and keep folks out of there, there are some significant costs that I think are closer to $100,000 than to $50,000.
How long has it been empty? I mean, it's been 20 years, maybe?
It has actually not been completely empty. It's been used as a maintenance yard and some office spaces for the railroad. They're vacating that space on May 18th. And that's part of why they've been pushing a timeline, because their intent was to demolish it after vacating it because they built a new yard with new offices. But I think your point is still well made, that it hasn't been in the same type of fully productive use for about 40 years.
And during that time, who's been keeping people out of it and taking care of it? I mean, nobody's been doing that, have they?
The railroad has been keeping people out of there. As staff toured the site with railroad representatives, they explained that they regularly were boarding up the windows, and that sometimes they would hear individuals enter the building and go and alert law enforcement and get folks out of there. But because the railroad has been at least using the bottom floor for some of those office spaces, they've been keeping folks out of there, but haven't been putting a lot into the maintenance of the roof and the windows and these other things because they didn't intend to continue its use. So they have been monitoring the site, but they're not going to be in there anymore after the 18th. And that's, again, it's going to be vacant. And that's one of our concerns, that we'll probably have a lot of calls to address things there.
Do we know if we've ever had any interest in developing that property?
I am aware there are some developers that have come and looked at the property to consider what redevelopment opportunities might be, but I'm only aware of 2 examples of that in this last few months, and not aware of anything prior to that.
And how did those visits go?
I would probably defer to Councilmember Gonzalez, as he has been present in those, and I have not.
Vice Mayor Weir, Mr. Coffey, who was here tonight, actually helped facilitate those meetings with private developers from Southern California. And he indicated that those conversations went pretty well, and the developers are still thinking through how they might pursue a project at that site. They are waiting for council's decision.
How about the other infrastructure in there? I mean, it's got to be 100 years old. I mean, the sewer and all the utilities and infrastructure there. Is it in reasonable shape? Bad shape?
It is very aged, and that's why we estimated a price tag of $5 to $10 million for a full redevelopment, because it would require full electrical, full plumbing. There's no HVAC in the facility. Even some of the masonry probably is going to require some retrofitting, and so those elements are reflected in the admin report.
So we still need to go figure out what the number is going to be with negotiations?
Correct.
Okay, well, I'll support the negotiation. It's been a long day today. But if it comes back much more than $50,000, I won't be able to support it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Freeman.
Just to clarify my earlier comments, the options here say authorize city manager to negotiate 12-month lease and begin improvements, or do nothing. Those are the only 2 choices presented here. If Councilman Gonzalez wants to and I apologize, may not heard exactly what the motion was, but if you want to modify the motion to authorize city manager negotiate lease and return to council with a budget for its consideration, I can be supportive of that. Yeah, I can be supportive of that as well, Councilmember Freeman. So I'd like to amend my motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate a 12-month lease with Union Pacific and come back to the council with a budget for the necessary improvements and agreements to maintain the property.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak? Councilmember Gray, you had did you cancel yours? All right, very good. So with no other requests to speak, you have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Parlier absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council and mayor statements.
Thank you, colleagues. Any requests to speak? I don't see any. Oh, it just showed up. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Christian, can you provide a status for San Miguel Grove, what it is right now, what it would take to completely get it back to the standard it needs to be at, and how much it's going to cost to keep it in that condition? Because it's been going on now for quite some time, and we just need to get it fixed. Can you come back with the...
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. If I might just take the opportunity, for the public record, those that are still with us. San Miguel Grove has seen significant upgrades in the last couple of months. We've put boulders around the parking lot. We've put up bollards. We regularly are replacing the bollards because of damage, but we're also putting up a gate that will lock the parking lot at night. After 10 p.m., that parking lot will be locked. And we've spent significant investments of rapid response teams and working with volunteer groups and others to clean up the area. Also in the budget for next year is, off the top of my head, I believe it's about $250,000 to do site improvements at San Miguel Grove. I will ask staff to identify more specifically in a written response back to the council what that proposed project will do, and if if there would be any recommendations of what we might need to do beyond that to kind of get it back to its original status per your request.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other requests to speak? We've had a significant upgrade in our technology. It did not come easily. I've seen staff working here with our contracted firm weekend after weekend, and so thank you so much, Aaron Kennedy, Greg, and the rest of you who are back there. I know it's been a lot of work to get us to this place, so give it up for them. There are 2 events tomorrow. I've been approached a number of times in this last year because of COVID. Sadly, we've lost a lot in our community, lost many community members, and people have asked whether the city had any plans to develop a COVID memorial. Knowing our limitations, I reached out to Green Lawn Southwest and asked what they would be able to do. So they've created a garden there with a time capsule where the public can drop in notes in memory of their lost loved one or any kind of loss. And that will be able to be maintained by them as the months and days go by. Should people wish to add additional comments there, they're able to drop those off at Green Lawn. So we're having a ceremony tomorrow. I think we'll have representatives from the county, from the state, and from the federal level. You all are invited. It's 10 o'clock at Green Lawn Southwest. We'll be placing a wreath over the sundial, but I think it was a good solution to that will be very inexpensive for us. So you're welcome to join that. The second one is tomorrow is the National Day of Prayer, and at noon there will be a gathering at the Liberty Bell. So everyone's welcome to join that. Any other requests to speak? Seeing none, we stand adjourned at 9:29. Just a reminder, officers who are out in the lobby, we're supposed to escort Councilmember